In the last few years, I've gone from struggling to keep my climbing plants happy to creating a thriving jungle in my home, thanks to the magic of moss poles. In this video, I'm sharing every single lesson I've learned along the way. This compilation contains my best and most effective videos that will help you become a true moss pole whisperer. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just a passionate plant lover who wants to share the secrets of moss pole success with you completely free. As you'll see, this is no ordinary video. It's a deep dive into the world of moss poles, packed with essential techniques, tips, and inspiration. It might take some time to go through it all, but I promise by the end, you'll have everything you need to transform your own plants into green giants. And stick around to the end of each segment. I'll share some exciting updates on how some of the plants are doing today. You'll notice that a few of these clips are from my early days as a creator, so the sound or visuals might not be perfect, but hey, we all start somewhere. It's been a long journey, and it's nice to see how far things have come, how far I've grown as a creator, so I hope you'll be kind. Let's get down to business. In this first module, we'll cover the absolute fundamentals of moss pole making. Don't worry if you're completely new to this. I'll guide you through each step with clear instructions and helpful tips. By the end of this module, you'll be fully equipped to build your own moss poles. We'll begin with one of the earliest videos I ever published on my channel. This video covers how to make a basic round moss pole, a great starting point. And take a moment to notice those stunning moss poles in the background. I am going to be showing you how I make a round basic moss pole. And we are going to need 4 things. So we're going to need mesh, metal mesh, sphagnum moss, which is moist and has been dampened with Growth Technology Clomix Clone Solution or Growth Technology Foliage Focus, some cable ties, and we will need a pair of scissors. So we're going to be making a basic round pole. So what you're going to need, so this one is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14 squares wide, and that's just the length of the pole reel. And what we're going to do is just sort of fold that, roll that to make a round shape, and we will get our damp moss and put our damp moss in the pole. So you want to put the moss in very lightly. You don't want to compact the moss in the pole because you want to make it easy for the roots to be able to penetrate the moss. So no heavy packing, people, just a very light hand. And so that's the full length of the pole. So I will leave, about a quarter or just slightly less than a quarter of that unfilled. And just sort of see, it's a bit difficult for me to tell you put so many grams of moss or whatever. You're just going to have to judge and see whether there's enough moss in there to make a nice round pole. So I think that is okay. So notice how my moss is actually not dripping. It's just moist. It's just moist. So I'm going to turn that over and I will overlap that. So I've got one, this is one there, one square and another square. So overlap that like that. And I will then grab my cable tie. So I like to make sure that I start from the top because then I know that when I'm attaching things, it's going to be nice and straight and my moss pole is not going to be wonky.
So that is what that looks like. And then just put the rest of the cable ties along there at various intervals. So again, remembering that you're overlapping. So that is what that looks like. Remember, you've got that quarter of the length of that hanging out. So now you get your scissors and just chop off the redundant cable tie. What you could do is just turn the heads of the cable tie back into the moss so it doesn't cut up any of your leaves. So instead of having that over there, just flick it around so it's inside the moss. So that, flick it in so it's inside. Same thing with that. All right. So we've got our moss pole that is fairly, light and round. You can put a bit more at the top. It doesn't really matter because our plant is quite small though, so it won't be going all the way to the top. So here we go. We've got our moss pole. It's round. There's no cable tie head sticking out at the back. And our plant is going to live on this side. And because I'm potting up this plant in Leca, I've got that redundant bit of mesh at the bottom because I'm going to need that to pot up. But yeah, that's our pole and it's all done. As long as you've got a cut up mesh, you can literally bang this out in 5 minutes, and the more you do it, the quicker you'll be. And yeah, that's it. You've got your own moss pole. You can make it big, you can make it small, you can make it flat, you can make it as wide as you want to make it, and completely customize it to the plant that you're potting.
That video was a glimpse of a younger me doing what I love back when I lived 2 houses ago, and that house had the most excellent natural light. Those background plants on the moss poles really made a statement. In the next video, I'll demonstrate the proper way to attach a plant to a moss pole. Here's a question for you. Can you spot which plant earrings I'm wearing in this video?
Today I will be potting up my Milano. I've got that gorgeous, gorgeous, beautiful plant that I will be potting up. I will be attaching that to a moss pole. I will attach this Milano to this moss pole and I will pot it up in this pot using my most gorgeous Italian Leca that has been pre-soaked in growth technology Clone-X clone solution for at least 24 hours. I will also show you how I put the plant in the reservoir, and this is the Clone-X clone solution that I will use. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is attach the plant to the pole. I've got 2 plants here. I've got a teeny tiny one and I've got a much bigger one, and I want to attach them to the plants so that as the plant climbs up the pole, the leaves get bigger and bigger and bigger, as has happened with my marble green back here, my golden ivy, my El Salvador. So once the plant starts climbing up, the leaves get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it really is the only way to do that. But in order for that to happen, you need to pot up the plant when it's small. I find it easier to attach the plant to the moss pole first before I put the pole in the Leca. It's just easier to maneuver. You know exactly where the roots need to be and you can position it to where you need to be. And to help me do this, I've got my plant ties. So these are just Velcro plant ties and will help me position the plant where it needs to be. So remember that segment of the pole? We're going to squeeze that and just push those 2 bits together. So you've got a distinct separation between the side that has the moss and the side that doesn't have the moss. We will then obtain our plant, position it where we need it to be. And we want to make sure that the roots are nowhere near the moss. So it's going to be like so. Because if you put the roots close to the moss, the plant risks root rot because the moss is going to be moist at all times. Or at least it should be anyway. This is where I want my plants to be. So I then get my tie and the soft portion of the Velcro going towards next to the plant. And I just manipulate that until the plant can stay. So that's where that will be. I get my second tie just to make sure that that is where I need it to be. The bigger plant has another section there. So doing this very, very gently. You don't want to damage your plant while you're doing this. And there you go. The plant is attached to the pole. Okay, this is a very important step because for this particular plant, the pole is quite short. It's made out of mesh, metal mesh, so I am not yet putting a metal rod to help stabilize it and help support it. I will do eventually when I start extending the pole, but for now, I just want to show you how it is possible to have the pole standing in the moss without a metal rod when you're using a very, very small plant. So this redundant bit, we're going to fold over like that, and that is what's going to sit inside the pot. So you need to make sure that you don't have it protruding out. So just slightly above the level where you've got, the moss starting, that's where you'll fold it up to. So I'll just put it down here so I can fold it properly. And it can be a bit fiddly. You need to do it very, very gently so you do not damage your roots. That's where I want that. It's very soft, easily maneuverable. Okay, so now that we've got that, the next thing we need to do is just fold that over into a little triangle. Because the pot is round, so you won't be able to have a square object sitting there, so we need to curve it a bit. Okay, it's so much easier when you're just using a metal rod, but I just thought I'd show you what else I do, and these are some of the little tricks that I have found work for me. So you've got something like this. It's like a little cup there, and that's what we're going to put in our pot. So for our pot here, a little bit of Leca in there so the roots aren't touching the nutrient solution. And then scooch that over like that, and then you've got that sitting there. So you might have to fiddle around with it a little bit until it's in a position where you feel it's stable. And if you remember, you can always lift it up. You can't push it in. So you might want to start lower and then pull the pole up if you need to. So I'm now going to fill the pot. So now turn it around and fill the Leca in at the back as well. So as you can see, we have now completely filled that pot with Leca, making sure you fill the back, the redundant space at the back. And yeah, there it is. There's no support on it. It's purely the mesh itself, and just adjusting the plant if you need to face the direction that you want it to. And yeah, that's it. This plant is now living in Leca. I am now going to put it in a reservoir. So the reservoir I'm going to use is just this simple pot liner, and I will put Growth Technology Clonex Clone solution in there. So I'll show you how much you need. You don't need a lot because you don't want those roots touching that solution. So just about there until you start getting the Leca roots growing through. So you can see here, so that's how much liquid I put in there. Once you get the plant in there, It's just about there. The roots are starting over there, so the roots are not touching. We could probably actually even put a little bit more. So that is the reservoir that that plant is going to be in. Growth Technology Clonex Clone Solution until the Leca roots come through, and then I will change that to foliage focus. So there is my Milano potted up on a moss pole in Leca, living in a reservoir.
If you guessed begonia earrings, you are correct. Setting up a plant on a moss pole requires a bit of methodical planning, and as you saw, it's not just about putting the moss pole in the pot. One of the most common challenges with moss poles is keeping them upright and secure. So in the following video, I'll share my approach to keeping moss poles stable. Can you spot the glaringly obvious major change in this video?
We're going to talk about how I keep my moss poles standing up. I have all sorts of different kinds of moss poles. Because I make my own moss poles, I'm able to tailor my moss pole to the plant and also what I want the plant to do and what I want the plant to eventually look like. I've got my pink splash here. This one is living on a fairly thin moss pole. I don't need a very big one for a Syngonium. It's just a plain moss pole, no plastic sheet backing, no rod. It's very short. So because it's thin and not very tall, it doesn't need any support. The moss pole actually supports itself there. So this plant is living in Leca, and yeah, that one is pretty sturdy. Nothing can happen. So thin, short, the moss, and the most important thing though, one of the most important things is I use wire mesh for my moss poles, so not the plastic mesh. So the wire mesh itself does add some stability to the pole. So if you use the plastic one, it's more likely to be wonky. I've got another plant here. That's a Monstera. So again, short pole, very short, no metal rod, but this one has the plastic sheeting at the back. I find that when you use very good plastic sheeting, relatively firm, that does add some stability to the pole as well. So this one is a relatively broader pole. As you can see, it's a lot thicker than the Syngonium one. That one was quite thin. This one is a lot thicker, and it's got that thick plastic base. It's got the wire mesh, and it's not so high. So that one, again, very, very stable, also living in Leca. I've got here my beautiful Philodendron verrucosum, and this is also living in Leca on a moss pole. As you can see, this pole is a lot taller than the other ones, a lot longer, rather, and it's also got a plastic sheeting at the back, but it's also got a metal rod. So I put a metal rod in this one because it's a lot longer, and I knew that I'd need to have the rod on there to provide that stability, because otherwise it wouldn't hold on its own, not as well anyway. It's got the wire mesh there, the very thick, you can hear, it's very, very thick plastic sheeting there, and that's happy staying in that Leca. So that's that Philodendron verrucosum living there. I've got another plant. This is my Marble Queen Pothos. As you can see, this is a pretty long pole. It's relatively thinner, doesn't have a plastic sheeting at the back, but it's got the pole. And I put that pole from the very beginning because it is about a meter high, about 900 centimeters. So it's quite long, and it just needs that support from the very beginning. And I knew this was going to be a pretty big pole. It'll eventually probably get to about 2 meters because I want that pothos to go all the way to the top. So that's also living in Leca, and that's the kind of support it's got at the back. And I've also got the Velcro ties there just to hold the plant to the pole. Now I'll talk about how my big plants actually stay on the pole. I've got some big plants back here. They are just some spectacular specimens. I'll grab my camera and get you closer. So just panning out, I've got my golden ivy. So this is a golden ivy pothos, and look at her go. She's going all the way up to the ceiling. And this plant is over 2 meters high. Next to that is my marble queen. That is also getting to about 2 meters at this point. And next to that is my snow queen or enjoy. And that is also getting up there. So as you can see, this one, the snow queen pole is a lot flatter. It does have plastic sheet backing. And you can check out the leaves are just getting so big. I'm really liking how this plant is turning out. But what I will show you now is the back. So this is what's happening at the back of this plant. I've got a metal pole, a relatively thick metal pole that's running all the way from the base of the plant right up to the pole. This metal rod is about 2.1 meters, if I remember correctly. And it's got that plastic sheet backing as well. And I attach the pole to the plastic sheeting using cable ties. See, that's the cable tie. And the rod is attached to the pole. And you can see it's attached to the pole at various points just to keep that contact and to keep it stable. But another really important point is that I actually keep my poles in a heavy pot. So this ceramic pot at the bottom adds additional stability. So as you can see, this rod is pretty steady. This plant is pretty steady and isn't going anywhere. Same thing with my marble queen. So if we focus on the marble queen, just looking at that pot at the bottom, that is a very, very heavy, thick pot. So it gives it that stability from the bottom. And the pot, you can see, if you look inside, the ceramic pot is a lot bigger compared to the plastic pot. So it just grabs that little plant and just keeps it steady. But take a look at this marble queen. Check out how we started. These are the leaves we initially started off with. Look at how that's changing. Look at how big they start to become. And that's where we are. So this is a cylindrical moss pole, and it's got the plastic sheeting at the back. But more importantly, it also has that metal rod that the snow queen also has, and that really works to provide that stability. So this plant actually also shows it's got some smaller rods on the inside. That was from when it was a lot smaller. So all I did was just attach the big rod on the outside. Now let's get to the big mama. So this golden ivy, like I said, is it's over 2 meters long. Over 2 meters long, and this is a flat pole. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have made it a flat pole. It makes it a bit harder to stabilize, right? And I actually didn't use the very, very thick plastic sheeting. But, you know, guys, I had just started my pole journey when I did this, and you live and learn. You live and learn. I'll definitely do things differently next time when I'm doing a pole like this. But there we go. But look at the thickness of this. Look at that. It's just insane. It's insane. I need to grab a stool and show you what that looks like. But same thing, you know, ceramic pot at the base, very, very heavy pot, metal rods going through, because there's just no way. There's no way this could stand up on its own without metal rod support. So I've got a pretty high stool now. I'm on the stool, and that shows you the top of that plant. And that's the newest leaf there. look at the variegation on that. There's a new leaf coming back there. This plant is just amazing. It's freaking amazing, people. Show you the view from the new leaf. That's the newest leaf. Look at that. How big do you reckon that is? Look at the variegation on that. Just amazing. That's the top of my pantry. But this is the ceiling. I am now standing on my kitchen bench top, if you can believe that. Standing on my kitchen bench top. And that is my golden ivy.
Yes, we are now in house number 2. I still can't get over how massive those Pothos leaves are, can you? With the fundamentals covered, the next video provides additional insights like which side of the plant to position near the moss pole, when to start attaching the plant, and other practical tips. I titled this one, What They Don't Tell You About Moss Poles. You'll notice I'm using a pre-made moss pole in this video. My very first time trying one. Did you know there's a critical timing element most people miss when attaching plants to moss poles? And it could make the difference between a thriving climbing masterpiece and a tangled mass of plant frustration. In this video, I'll break down the secret moss pole timing guide and show you exactly when to put your plant on a moss pole for the best results for your climbing plants. And I'll dive deep into some pro tips on making sure your plant is securely attached to the moss pole and how you can make sure that the moss pole is rock solid and won't tip over. I've got my Monstera Obliqua Peru here, and this is the plant that I'm going to be putting up on a moss pole, and I'll show you exactly why I think this plant is ready to go up on a moss pole, and I'll show you exactly how I put the plant on a moss pole. So to do that today, I am going to be using one of these. This is actually probably the first time I'm using one of these kinds of moss poles. If you know anything about me, you will know that I love to make my own moss poles. So this is definitely a departure for me, and I'm really excited to try this one out. So I'm going to show you how I put my plant up on this moss pole and how I'm going to actually make sure that plant is secure on the pole and that it's sitting in this pot and that this pot is also secure and that that moss pole is not going to topple over. Let's get started. So to do that, we're going to need a few things. Obviously, we're going to need a plant. We're going to need one of these things, but you don't necessarily have to use these. You can actually make your own moss pole that works just as well. I have with me a 14 centimeter transparent pot. It doesn't have to be transparent. It doesn't have to be 14 centimeters. It can be whatever it is that you have. And I also have a ceramic planter that I am going to be putting my pot in, and I'll tell you a bit more about that soon. Also, I am going to be using some Velcro plant ties to make sure that my plant is securely attached to the moss pole. Again, you don't have to use Velcro plant ties. I just find it just works really easy to keep the plant in position the easiest. Some people use paper clips, other people just, use a piece of string, anything, whatever it is that you can use to make sure that that plant is attached. Let's do it. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually assemble my moss pole, and I'm filling up my moss pole with a sphagnum moss tree fern fiber combination, which I really love using because the tree fern fiber really absorbs that water and nutrient solution very, very well. So it counteracts the hydrophobic nature of the moss pole. So that works really, really well. The first thing I'm going to do before I start to fill out this moss pole is figure out how much of this pole I'm actually going to have sitting in my pot. And I'll show you why I'm doing that in a second. So this is just about there. So this is about there, and I'm just sort of guesstimating. It's got these little holes here, so I'm going to use these to count 1, 2, 3, 4. So at the top of the fourth one is where I know is the top of my pot, so that's where that's going to sit. You can use, a marker or a texter to sort of give you a guide, or you can do whatever you need to do to actually be able to remember that. So I need to figure out the inside and the outside. So that's the outside. It's got the little branding. Again, these are very much Nora problems, because if you're not using a leafy brand pole, you're not going to have these issues. So I need to close that like so. And then there's these little lines that you need to follow to sort of actually create the actual pole. So, it is a bit fiddly, I have to say. It doesn't help that I tend to be a little bit impatient. But there we are. I think that is looking good. So what I'm going to do now is fill up my pole with the sphagnum moss up to the point where I identified that 4th level. So I just get that, my moss, or rather my moss and tree fern fiber combo, put that there. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Put a little bit more. And the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want that sphagnum moss going all the way to the end. I'm going to fill this part of my pole with Leca. So I'm putting my plant up in Leca clay balls. So I'm going to fill that up with Leca clay balls. But if you're not using Leca, if you're using pond, or if you're using soil, potting mix, whatever it is you're using, that would be a good thing to do. Just fill the rest of that bit over here with whatever substrate you're using for your plant. So I think I'm happy with this amount, and all I need to do now is fold this over like so and close it like that. That will work well. So there are all these little slits along here that you just use to just fix that in. Yay! I actually did it, guys. How beautiful does that look? That really, really looks awesome. Of course, you're going to get some falling out, right? But that is absolutely okay. So now what I'm going to do is going to get my Leca clay balls and shove them in there and hope they stay. So these are my Leca clay balls that have been soaking for not less than 24 hours. So all I'm going to do now is get those clay balls and put them in there. And basically just try and get them to not fall out. This is the tricky bit. I think I'm happy with that for now. I'll get back to this a little bit later. So this is my plant over here, and I'm going to show you why I think this plant is ready to go up on a moss pole. So as you can see, this plant is still quite small, has been small for a long time actually, and I've been asking people for a while what they think. Should I put it up on a moss pole or not? Some people said yes, some people said no, but I didn't, because I wanted to see this little bit here where you've got the area roots coming through, starting to come through, because this area root here is what's going to grow into the moss pole. So I needed that to happen first. So I'll just take the plant out of this pot and show you what that looks like. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that root and that root over there. How beautiful, beautiful is that? It's just stunning. Oh my, I am so happy with this plant. Look at this. This is also doing so well. So this bit here, that is a root looking to form. So when I put this plant up on that moss pole, this root is going to start growing into the moss pole and taking advantage of the moss pole. So it'll really anchor in there, and it'll start to derive nutrition from the nutrient solution that's soaked in the sphagnum moss, and it is going to be fantastic. I'm really, really happy. So this is what you really want to be seeing when you've got a really, really small plant. So what you're not really doing is getting your tiny, tiny tissue culture plant that's like this and putting it up on a moss pole. It's still quite small. You have to give the plant enough time for it to actually, have a good root system going over there and it'll tell you, the plant will tell you that it's ready because you start to see that stalking, it starts to get taller or longer, whichever way you want to go, and you start to see those area roots, those little buds over there with the area roots coming through, and then you know that it's time. So it is time for my plants, and I am going to do that. So I love to actually attach my plant to the moss pole before I put it in the pot. I find that it just works so much easier for me. It's easier for me to control where I'm putting my plant. But before I do that, I'm going to get rid of some of the old, like little leaves like this one. You know, that's not really going to do anything. So I just sort of just pull that off with my fingers, and I'll just get rid of that. I've got this little bit here. Just get rid of things that are not really bringing anything to the table right now, so that plant can just really focus on growth. Let me see if there's anything else here. So these are all the little sticks. You know, when it was a wet stick, all that bit there, we don't need that anymore. The plant is well established now. And these teeny tiny first leaves, oh my goodness, that can just go, because we want our plant to look fabulous from day one. Okay, so the next step is I'm going to attach my plants to the moss pole. Remember how I got my pot and I measured how high up I needed, how low I needed to be in the pot? So there, so that is where I know that my plant is going to sit there. The roots are going to be in there, and that's where I want my plant to be, just about where that sphagnum moss is starting. And I'm not sure I've explained this. I'll just say it again just in case I haven't. So the reason I don't want this sphagnum moss going into my pot is because this sphagnum moss is going to stay moist for quite a long time. So if it stays moist consistently, constantly, that'll mean my roots are exposed to this wet sphagnum moss. They aren't getting aerated. The chances of my roots getting root rot is very, very high. So we don't want to do that. So another thing about this, when you've got a plant that's like this and you've got the little area roots there, you want to position the area roots towards the sphagnum moss. So you really want that root to be in close contact with the sphagnum moss so it can just start to grow really, really quickly. So that's exactly where I need my plants to be. You can see they're over here. So I've got them separated. There's a little bit of space in between there. So as they grow up, each of them have their little own real estate in which to grow. So now I grab my what is it? My Velcro plant tie. Oh my goodness. I absolutely forgot what this thing is called. So this Velcro plant tie that I cut is too short. Da Nora. The good thing about Velcro plant tie. Oh my goodness. That is, oh my goodness. Is because it's Velcro, you can just attach the one piece to the other piece and it just becomes one long piece. So yay. So the Leafy brand actually does have white, oh my, it's that word again, Velcro plant tie. The Leafy brand does have white Velcro plant tie. So that really looks nice with their poles, but I'm telling you, I looked for hours. Okay, maybe not hours. I looked for a good 5 minutes for the Velcro plant tie that I have from the Leafy brand. I couldn't find it. So there, I just go back to my normal green Velcro plant tie. So if you're interested in making your plant look really, really pretty with a white Velcro plant tie from the Leafy brand, it does exist. Too bad I couldn't show it to you. But there we are. So my plants are secure on this pole, and now I'm actually going to put this in the pot. So I'll put my Leca in my pot. This is where things get a little bit hairy. So if you are using potting mix, this works so much better, but using Leca is a bit fiddly. So I am going to do this. So I put that initial Leca in there. Oh, there we go. There we go. So putting that Leca in the pot at the start, make sure that the Leca that's in the moss pole doesn't fall out as we make the plant vertical. So now I've got my moss pole right where I need it. So just squishing it a little bit to make sure that it's in there right to the bottom, which I think it is. And I'm really happy with that. You can Check that out. That looks really, really good. And already it is actually quite stable. So all I need to do now is fill the rest of this pot with leca and right, I'm done filling my pot up with leca. That looks really, really nice. That pole is very, very sturdy. So one thing I like to do when I'm doing something like this is just get an acrylic stick, a chopstick, anything really, just to make sure that those spaces, like over here, you can see some of this pot here doesn't have any leca clay balls, just to make sure that all that space is taken up by the leca. Okay. That was not very helpful. There we go. So that just makes sure that my roots are not hanging about without any leca where they will be growing. So there we are. That is my plant looking really, really good. I'm telling you, that is so stable. It is unreal. It is absolutely unreal. It is so good. I really, really love how this plant is looking. And as you can see, I've got the two of them there. They look really, really beautiful, and my plant is really going to flourish on this pole. Now, another thing I like to do to make sure that my plant is going to be absolutely even more stable is to use a heavy ceramic pot. This is my beautiful water bead ceramic pot that I got from Angus and Celeste. I love this pot. It is absolutely beautiful. It is heavy, 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 and it fits my 14 centimeter pots really, really well. I put my plant in there, and that's what that looks like. It looks absolutely beautiful. So today I've shown you how I decide when to put my plant up on a moss pole. I've shown you how I actually do it, especially when I'm using a moss pole like this one. And I've also shown you how to make sure that your moss pole remains stable. I'm going to fill up my reservoir with my nutrient solution for my plant that's living in leca clay bowls. Put it on a bright, warm spot and just watch this baby climb up to the heavens. I was impressed with the results of the pre-made moss pole. This is my Monstera Obliqua today, and as you can see, the leaves are sizing up nicely. This moss pole is clearly doing its job. Congratulations, you've now mastered the basics of making a moss pole. But don't think for a second that this is all there is to it. Oh no, my friends, we're just getting started. In this next module, we're going beyond the basics and diving into some seriously cool advanced techniques. Get ready to unlock new levels of moss pole mastery as we explore innovative designs, clever hacks, and alternative methods for supporting your plants. Things are about to get interesting. The first video in this module is all about creating a moss pole designed to stay moist longer. My personal favorite, the plastic-backed moss pole. Are you looking to make a pole for your plant to climb on that will stay moist longer and maximize your plant's growth? I'm going to show you why using a pole with a plastic sheet back will help keep your aerial roots moist. And of course, finally, I'll show you how you can make your very own DIY plastic back pole. We all know that one sure way of maximizing the growth of your plants that climb is to give them something to actually climb. Now, a big problem with moss poles is the fact that they dry out way too quickly, and it is rather annoying to try and keep them moist on a daily basis. I have the solution to keeping your moss pole moist in this video, and I'm going to let you in on that secret. And as a bonus tip, I'm going to show you how to maximize the moisture in your pole. Let's get started. We're going to need the following: wire mesh, plastic sheet. This is an A2 propylene sheet that I purchased from Amazon. It's transparent, which is good, and it does have a little bit of thickness to it, just to help provide that stability. Of course, you're going to need a wire cutter to cut the wire mesh, and definitely cable ties are in play. We will need something to make holes in the plastic sheet back, and I use a perforator or a hole punch. That's the easiest way of getting that done. As an optional thing, you might like to use a metal rod And this again helps to provide stability for the pole. It's not a requirement, but it's nice to have, and I always use one when I make mine. This pole is fully customizable. You can determine the width of the pole that you want depending on the plant that you're potting up and how you want that pole to look. Please watch the entire video as I give special tips and tricks during each stage of the construction to help your pole become more functional and easier to make. For step 1, we are going to cut that plastic sheet back. And this is going to determine the width that you want your pole to eventually have. I like to use a cutting mat, and that just makes sure that I've got my pole the right size and the right width throughout the length of the pole. So I have decided that I want my pole to be 5.5 inches wide. I've got my knife here. I find it easier to use a knife when I'm doing this process, but of course it is a knife, so you have to be really, really careful keeping the knife away from you as you're cutting. So I place my plastic sheet on my mat. That is my 5.5 inches that I'm looking to do, and I make sure I secure that and I just start to cut. So very, very carefully. You can be as anal about this process as you want to be. If you want your pole to be really, really nice, you can just make sure all the lines are straight and so on. So I'm quite happy with that one. That is my 5.5 inch plastic sheet, and I want it to eventually look like this. So it's going to have a little bit of a D shape there. So using a plastic sheet like this when you're making your pole makes sure that you're reducing the surface area from which the moisture that's in your medium is evaporating. So you've only got the front face of the pole that's exposed to the elements, and the evaporation is only from that surface as opposed to all around the pole. So it stays moist a little bit longer. Step 2, we're going to make holes in this plastic sheet. I like to use a perforator to make the holes. So I make as many holes along one side. And that's what that looks like. Those are my holes there. And I just keep going. I like to have many holes along the length of my plastic sheet on either side, and I'll tell you why in coming steps. So I'll do the same on the other side. You can go to town and try and make them symmetrical if you like, but that's way too much effort for me. You can see the holes on either side. Now here's a hot tip. I like to create 2 holes right at the top of the plastic sheet and 2 holes right at the bottom, and maybe another 2 holes there and another 2 holes there. I'll have 2 holes side by side running the length of that plastic sheet. Having made these sheets for a few years now, I find using my soldering iron is easiest to do. So I'll just grab my soldering iron and make my 2 holes there. That is my plastic sheet all ready. So it's got the holes here, it's got some holes here, additional holes there, and holes down the length over there, and holes down the length over there. Step 3 is we're going to cut a piece of this wire mesh that's going to act as the face of our pole. The piece of wire mesh that you want should be about 2 or 3 centimeters less wide than the plastic sheet, because we want that plastic sheet to go like this. So it's creating that tunnel that the wire mesh is going to sit on. You can actually do that, get a ruler, and that is telling me that it's about 9 centimeters. So about 8 or 9 centimeters. And I grab my wire mesh and I measure out what is going to look like that width. So that means that's giving me 2, 4, 6, 7. So I need 7 of these little boxes, and I now get cutting away. I've got my wire cutters here. I count my 7 boxes, 2, 4, 6, 7, and I start to cut. Having wire cutters definitely is a big help. You can use scissors, but I found out the hard way that that makes things so difficult. unnecessarily so. So if you can find some wire cutters, do that. So I'll have the link in to all the products that I'm using in the description below, and hopefully you can find something that works in your country as well. So I'm just gonna keep cutting until I get to the end. Okay, that is my piece of wire. And as you're cutting the wire, just making sure you're getting all the way to the tip, right to the end there. So there are no little bits of wire that could potentially hurt you at the end. Another hot tip for your wire. You want your piece of wire mesh to be longer than your plastic sheet. You'll see why as we continue in the construction of the pole. If you're finding value from this video, please give it a like and subscribe to my channel. We are now going to start the construction of this pole. So we're going to attach the wire mesh to one side of the plastic sheet. So I've got my trusty cable ties here, making sure that you've got the top of the plastic sheet corresponding with the top of the wire mesh on whichever side you decide is going to be the top of the pole. So away we go with the cable ties. And I find it easier to actually have the wire mesh facing the bottom so that the heads of the cable ties are on the plastic sheet side of things. Okay, so that is my pole at the moment. So that opens nicely like a book. Now, this is a very, very important step, hot tip for you. If you are going to be attaching a metal rod to your pole, it's very important for you to put some cable ties on the holes that are in the middle of the pole. Remember those holes that we put right through the middle? So just make sure you've got your cable ties, and the way you want to put your cable tie is the head of the cable tie is going to be on the outside of the plastic sheet, like that, because that metal rod will be lying across there. And it's really important to put these cable ties in before you fill up that pole, because it's going to be almost impossible to do it after the fact. So just putting that cable tie in there, and you can see the heads of those cable ties are there, and this is the outside of the pole. And that's what our pole now looks like. Step number 5 is we're getting together the substrate that we're going to be putting in our pole. And of course, for substrate, you can really use anything. You can use sphagnum moss, you can use cocoa chips, you can use potting mix, you can use anything. For this particular pole, I'm going to be using a combination of sphagnum moss and tree fern fiber. The reason I'm doing this is because sphagnum moss has the texture and it can stick together. It has great water retention capabilities, but it can be hydrophobic when it's dry, so it's very difficult to get it wet. Whereas tree fern fiber has got fantastic moisture holding capabilities and it doesn't become hydrophobic. The combination of these two products gives my substrate structure and it just boosts that moisture holding capability. I get about half of the tree fern fiber and half of sphagnum moss. I'll just moisten this with my foliage focus solution. So this is nutrient solution that I'm using to moisten my substrate. And I just make sure it's wet and combined. So I'm really just putting that tree fern fiber through that sphagnum moss so they all live happily together. And that is my substrate all ready to go. This is now step 6. We're going to fill our pole with your substrate of choice. Of course, I'm using my tree fern fiber mixture. So you fill that pole, you're not packing it too densely, but just enough to get a nice thickness to it. Okay, that is looking good. And of course, now we just flip that wire mesh over and use our cable ties to attach the wire mesh to the other side of the plastic sheet. I like to put my cable tie, the head of the cable tie, on the side of the plastic sheet and have that come out on the wire mesh side. And the head of the cable tie is exactly where I need it to be on the other side. that is my pole all sorted. It looks absolutely beautiful. Now, this is a little special tip for you. So this is the top of the pole. The pole will go like this in my pot. This is the bottom of the pole. Now, when you stand your pole up like that, you risk your substrate falling out into your pot. A really easy way of making sure that doesn't happen is to fold that mesh across there. See, that's why we needed that mesh to be a lot longer than the plastic sheet. So when you fold it over there, that substrate is not going to fall out. And all we do is then grab some cable ties and just put it through the mesh and into that hole that we've created. Hang on, like so. Push that through into the mesh, and that closes that off rather nicely, if I do say so myself. There we go. Isn't that beautiful? None of that substrate is going to fall out of there. The next step in the process is just to cut all those little bits of cable tie that are protruding, because that's quite unsightly. So away we go. That is my pole. I'm very, very happy with that. The only bits of cable tie left are the cable ties at the back. That is looking really, really good. Another bonus tip for you. This is my metal rod, and I'm going to attach this metal rod to the back of this pole. And the reason I'm doing that is just to provide a bit more stability to this pole, especially if you're growing your plant in a semi-hydro setup. Like I use Leca to grow my plants, and it's not as stable when you put the pole in as when you're using soils. And I'm not tightening that. You can see it's still quite loose. That's just a placeholder. And we'll tighten that up when we put our plant on the pole and put it up in the pot. And that's what my constructed pole now looks like. So with my pole all done, I'm going to show you how I attach my Syngonium frosted heart to this pole and pot it up in its nursery pot. But why would you want to be making your own pole anyway when you can just as easily go and buy a kit? If you're looking to have a lot of poles like I do, it definitely ends up being cheaper for you to make your own pole as opposed to buying one. Pre-made ones as well tend to be a certain size. It's made for what it is. You can't adjust it in any way. You have to use it as it is. Whereas when you make your own, like this one, you can make it small, you can make it thin, you can make it however you want based on the look that you're trying to go for or what you're trying to do with your plant. You can also future-proof your pole, actually. So putting this metal rod here is part of the future-proofing process, because I know I'm probably going to need to extend this pole. So by putting this pole at the back, when I put in a much longer pole that's going to support this plant as I put more and more extensions, I can attach that longer pole to this pole and not have any trouble getting everything to be stable because I future-proofed it. And that's something that you probably won't be able to do if you buy a pre-made one. So there's lots to be said for making your own. Of course, if you don't really want to, if you don't want to go through that initial expense of getting all the materials together, I certainly recommend that you go and buy one. Buying a pole is better than no pole at all. This one is living in Leca, and it's living in a 14 centimeter pot. I'll take that plant out of that pot very, very gently. There we go. And the reason I'm doing this is I want to attach these plants to the pole. It's really important to get the plant attached to the pole before you put the pole in the pot, because then I can position my plant exactly where I need it to be. And what's really important is I don't want these roots to be next to the medium, because then those roots are likely to have root rot. So I want all that to be down there and not up there. And I've got two plants here, so I want to position them nicely so they're not disturbing each other. You can use a Velcro plant tie to keep the plant in place, but you could also use a paper clip or a greening pin. I'm using a greening pin today, and that will just keep my plants exactly where I need them to be. So I need this one to stay here, and I'll get this one, look and see where the area roots are coming from and try and position it that way. So that goes like that. I'll grab my greening pin here, and that's my plant attached there. I'm going to get my pot and try to position where I want that. So I want my pole to be right flush with the top of the pot, right there. So remembering how we haven't secured that, so now that I know where I need it to be, I can secure my cable ties, and that holds that in place. That pole is exactly where I need it to be in relation to the nursery pot. So that is all good. So now all that's left to do is for me to sort out this mesh here. There's a lot of it that I don't need, so I'm just going to cut off the excess. And it's easy to tell where the excess is. It's right there. So that goes. I get my pot and I fill that a little bit with Leca. So just about a third of the way. And I push that like so I can position my pole. And I get my roots in. Can be a bit fiddly. Oh, there we go. That's exactly where I need it to be. And now I start to fill my pot with Leca. And at this stage, that pole is absolutely stable. I don't even need to hold on to it. Give that a shake to make sure that Leca is settled. That is my Syngonium frosted heart, all potted up on a plastic sheet-backed pole with a metal rod attached, providing stability, looking absolutely fantastic, very stable in its Leca pot, and it's now going to start climbing and living the life. Here's my Syngonium frosted heart, thriving on this setup. It's reached the very top of the moss pole, so it's time to decide on its next steps. Have you ever had a plant climb 2 meters up a moss pole? I did, when my golden ivy Pothos decided it was auditioning for the role of the beanstalk in a unique production of Jack and the Golden Ivy Pothos. My ceilings only went up to 2 meters, so I needed to chop this plant. So in this next video, I'm going to show you how you can chop and extend a moss pole. I am going to chop up this 2 meter high golden Pothos, put it on a different moss pole and put the top cutting into Leca. I am going to chop off the top part. So that part of the plant, I'm going to chop that off from the bottom part, and I'm going to separate the two pieces of the plant. I am then going to get the top part of the plant and tease out as much of the moss as I can and mount that onto a new moss pole. I am then going to get that top bit and put it up in a semi-hydroponic setup. I will put it up in Leca and watch it grow. I have here a blade. I have sterilized this blade, and that's what I'm going to use to separate the top part of the plant from the bottom part of the plant. I've got scissors to help me cut the plastic sheet back, and then I've got some wire cutters that's going to help me trim the wire mesh of the moss pole. So before we get started, I just want to show you what this plant looks like. So I've had this plant from when it was really, really small, and as you can see, the leaves are just fantastic. I'll show you what it looks like right at the top. It's literally gotten right up to the ceiling, and there's nothing else to do. I've only got two options with this plant at this stage. I can either cut a hole in my ceiling and have it keep growing, or chop it up. There's really no two ways about it. So obviously the only route to take is to chop it up. So we're going to do that, but I will show you what the plant looks like right at the top. So that's my plant, and as you go up, 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 you can see that it's gotten all the way to the ceiling, and there's just nowhere for this plant to go. I want to leave the bottom bit with, enough of a plant to keep going. And I want the top bit to still have, to still look good and still be big. So I'm probably just going to do it half and half, really. So about there is where I'm going to chop it up. So if I'm chopping it up about there, so that brings me to here. So I need to cut this bit off the plastic sheet so that it can be separated from the bottom bit. So I'm going to make the cut here, and I've got a pair of scissors and just making sure I'm not cutting into the aerial roots. So I've separated this top part from the lower part. So once I detach this top part of the plant from the bottom part, the sheet will be able to break free. I am now going to actually make the cut on the plant itself. The aerial roots are actually stuck in the moss pole, so even though I cut the plant, it's actually not going to fall off, and I'll be able to control it once I actually separate the moss pole from the metal rods. And I am cutting the plant with my pre-sterilized knife, and I am not using scissors to make this cut because the stems are actually quite thick and very woody. So if I used a pair of scissors, I'd actually be damaging the stem because I'm not getting a clean cut. The stem is very, very woody. So I am going to get my knife and make my cut along the diagonal. See, that is quite, I'll put my hand up there just so I don't cut myself. So that is now cut. I will now cut the other stem, which is this one. This one should be a lot easier because it's not as thick. The plant is separated. You can see the plant has now been cut. So I'm now going to turn the plant around and separate the metal rods from the plastic sheet. So I've got my wire cutters here. They're really good for cutting off the heads of the cable ties, and clip that off, and that comes off. While I'm doing that, I'm just keeping a hand on the moss pole so it doesn't fall over. The metal rods are now away and the plant is over here. So this is now going to be interesting because it's not just coming off, because obviously there are roots that are now growing into the moss, and there actually are some other moss metal rods that are in this moss pole. This one comes off, I'll just take that off. What I will now do is remove these little cable ties that are holding the plant in place here, in the hopes that that'll make it easier for me to lift off the top part of the plant. There's other metal rods. You can see that one. Those are metal rods that I put when I first made this moss pole. But when I did the extension and put the bigger metal rods, I just left them in there. But at the time, I was actually putting the metal rods inside the moss pole, which is something I very much don't recommend now, because you'll have the roots interacting with this pole, and it might be pretty difficult to get the plant out if the roots are entangled around the metal rod. So I don't encourage that, but I'm really lucky in this instance that the roots have not actually interacted with the metal rod. So there she goes. My plant is falling. My plant is now detaching. This is a fabulous example of what happens inside a moss pole. And this is actually what I was talking about earlier. So I've got this metal rod inside the moss pole, and what's happened is these roots have actually grown around the metal rod. So this will make it just a little bit more difficult for me to separate this plant from this metal rod. It's not impossible, but it just makes things a little bit more difficult. But you know, if I had had this outside the plastic sheeting, this wouldn't be an issue. So that's why I recommend that the metal rods be actually put outside. Okay, so that's that now. And now I need to see if I can actually pry this away. This plant is being held together only by the wire mesh. So in theory, if I cut the wire mesh off, it will now separate from the bottom part. So that side of the mesh is lifted off. I'm now going to do the other side. So I've got my plant on my kitchen bench top, and I'm going to start separating the roots from the moss. So I'm just going to get rid of all these cable ties. So that's what my plant looks like on the inside. So let me see what that will look like. That is a heck of a lot of roots living in here. That is just a huge density of roots. So the ones at the top, the moss is actually easier to separate because the area roots haven't had as much time to enmesh in the moss. So that is what that looks like. Look at that one. These are new roots. You can actually see that they're new. Oh wow, a moss pole is a fantastic thing. So that is as much of the moss that I can actually separate, and these are the aerial roots. So this is the root system that's actually going to support this plant until it has long enough roots that are going to go and grow into the leca. So that right there is my plant. That's what that looks like, and that is the front. So I'm going to use the same sphagnum moss that I've taken out of it to build a new moss pole for it. So what I want to do with this plant is I don't want a moss pole that is as wide as the one I had last time. I actually want a smaller one, and I will put a plastic sheet backing, but I want a smaller pole. So what I probably want to do is cut off some of this excess mesh and size that up with the plastic sheet backing that I've got for her. I've got my wire cutters here, and I'll cut off about 3, maybe 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those boxes, because I want a nice smaller moss pole. This is what that now looks like. So it's going to be nice and compact. So as a result of trimming off some of the mesh, you can see one of these plants was actually right at the edge of that moss pole. So I will just rearrange it and put it back in the middle and make sure that the aerial roots are actually coming through the mesh and will be living inside the moss. So I'll now get my plastic sheeting, attach that to one side of the metal mesh, and then start to pack it up with moss. So of course I've got my trusty cable ties. What would we do without cable ties? So this is where the fun begins. So we are now going to pack this up with moss and close it off. But before we do that, I've got these holes in my plastic sheet backing, and that's what I'm going to use to secure my metal rod to my moss pole. So in order for me to do that, I need to have these cable ties already put in the holes. Otherwise, it's going to be such a hard time for me to get done. So I'm putting those in now. This is a very, very important step because we are going to have a metal rod that's going to go through the middle of this moss pole, and it needs to be secured. So now I'm going to get my moss and fill up my pole. So remember, try not packing so much moss that it's compact, just enough for the moss pole to be able to do its job. So at the bottom here, I've got the area roots that are coming down. So I'm going to leave those because I want those to grow into my leca eventually. So I'm going to test that out and see how that looks and feels. That feels good. Might put a little bit more. So I've actually got leftover moss that, is perfectly fine. So I'm not going to throw that away. I can reuse that. So I am now going to just close off that moss pole with my cable ties. Trusty cable ties. Off we go. Okay, that's all done. I will now cut off the redundant bits of cable tie there. So for this particular plant, when it's ready to go into leca, I'm going to put it in a 14 centimeter pot. Now, I am actually going to future-proof this plant. I know I am going to be extending it. I know it's a big and heavy plant, so I am going to put a very, very long, big metal rod. I will attach this to the moss pole. So this metal rod is 1.8 meters high. So I am going to attach this one to the moss pole. But before I do that, I need to figure out how much of this pole is going to be in the pot. So I need to get a cable tie and just put a guide there to let me know where that level is so I can attach the moss pole to this rod at the appropriate place. So get my cable tie, and that's where that's going to be. So that will be perfect. I now have my pole and I am going to attach that. So I got really big cable ties this time. That is the metal rod attached, and I've got all the others. I will attach it throughout the length of the moss pole. So that is my moss pole attached to my metal rod, and I will just cut off these bits of cable tie. Some of the roots are actually not directly inside the mesh, so they will be fine as long as they're in direct contact with the wet moss. So in order to make sure that they are really in direct contact, I'm going to put my Velcro plant tie just to make that plant sit nice and tight next to that moss. There we have it. That is my plant attached to a new moss pole, and I am going to pot this up in leca when the plant is ready. This plant has these woody stems. The stems that I showed you earlier are very woody. I need those to callus over, so I am not going to put them into a water solution or into leca right away because they're quite woody, and if I did that, then the plant runs the risk of actually rotting. So I'm going to let this plant sit for a few hours, and then I am going to put it in a ceramic pot. And in that ceramic pot, I'm going to put Growth Technology Clonex Clone Solution and Root Zone Mixture. So that is my special sauce. And the way I will put this plant up in the ceramic pot is that only the small roots that are coming through here, these roots, only they are going to be exposed to the liquid. The stem is very much not going to be exposed to the liquid. And I will be making sure that I water this moss pole regularly with this special sauce solution, because the plant is now really only relying on the area roots. So I'm going to make sure that until I've got a proper root system going and the area roots have really latched into the new moss pole, I am going to make sure that those roots are moist, and that will be how that plant is deriving nutrition. So I'll put it up in that solution, put it in a nice warm spot, lots of light, put it right in front of the grow light, and hope that everything goes well. So those are my plants right there. So that's the top of my plant there. So it's still quite, quite big, but look at that. How gorgeous, how glorious is that? It's still quite big. So that's the top portion of my plant. I'm just leaning that against that wall because I haven't secured it in its pot yet, so I don't want it to topple over. So that just leans over there. And this is the bottom. So that's what that now looks like. I'm just going to let those stems dry off as well. You could put a little bit of cinnamon on them. Cinnamon has been known to be quite protective for when you make your cuttings. That's an option. Or you could just leave them. They'll dry over, they'll callus over, and then they'll be fine. What will happen is you will have some new growth points over here and the plant will continue to grow. Some lucky person is going to receive this plant after a few weeks. I'll keep it here with me just to make sure that everything is going okay, and just so I can show you what that plant starts to do after a few weeks. And then after that, I will send it off to its forever home because it is living in soil. So it is now time for it to go, and I will concentrate all my energies on the big one back there that is now going to be living in semi-hydroponics. It's been a month and my chopped up plant is still alive, so winning. This right here is the bottom part of the plant. I do have it up on a stool and I'll show you the whole plant in a minute. But what I really want to show you at this point is the fact that the plant is still alive, it's still very healthy, but the plant is now developing additional growth points. This is where I chopped the plant in half. So this is the bottom section of the plant. And if you look at this stem over here, this little green portion here is the additional growth point that has now developed because I chopped the plant up. So the plant is now going to continue growing from here and that'll go up there. I haven't seen a growth point for this second stem. I'm sure it's still coming, it's just not here yet. This stem is a lot more woody, so maybe that's why it's taking a lot longer to form. I don't know. But the fact that I've seen this growth point and the other growth point on this stem says to me that this plant is going to continue life. I wanted to show you that when you chop up a plant, the plant that's been left at the bottom is still going to continue to grow because all it does is develop an additional growth point and away it goes. Nature has a way of finding pathways to continue. It creates new pathways to continue life, and life is not lost. So those of you who might have thought, oh my God, she's chopping up the plant. No, this will continue and it will continue to be a gorgeous plant, and it will get bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's what happens when you chop up a plant. So I'll show you what this one looks like from the bottom to the top. It's still quite big, as you can see, just about getting to my height, but it still looks lovely. Now let's go to the exciting bit, the top portion of the plant. So, this is the top portion of the plant. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Look at that. Look, I'm in such awe of this plant. I can't even, I'm absolutely speechless. Look at the size of this. And these are the new leaves that were coming, and they're looking so yellow and they're looking fabulous. But what's really important to note is look at how healthy this plant looks. It still looks very, very good, despite the fact that it's not attached to the bottom part of the plant. It's been living like this for a month. And I'll show you what the root system is like. That's it. There are virtually no roots over there. So there were some scraggly roots that were there when I chopped it up, but those are, they did not really, grow bigger within that month. So this is it. The only reason this plant is alive is because I am keeping the moss pole moist, so the area roots are actually keeping this plant alive. But what I want to do today is I want to put this plant up in Leca, because at the moment it's literally just, leaning on a wall like this in a, like a bucket or something. That's not ideal. What I do want it to learn to do is actually to live in Leca. I'll show you something else that I did with this plant. Oh, I don't know if you can see that. So if you look at this stem here, I actually cut off the tip of this stem because it was actually quite long. I didn't quite like what it looked like. So I just chopped off the tip, and like that plant behind me, it is just going to get an additional growth point and it'll continue growing. But I'll show you what that tip is looking like. So this is my tip. Right, so it's gorgeous. It's really, really gorgeous. If you look back here, this is where it was actually attached to the moss pole. You can see points where this is where the area roots were starting to develop, and all I did was just pull it off from the moss pole, and I've put it in Leca, and it's living in a reservoir, and yeah, it's doing okay. So I'm quite curious to see what's going to happen with this. Actually, this is a little experiment. I just thought, what will happen if I chop off the tip of this big plant and see what happens. So that's the tip. I'll keep you posted. This is one of the reasons it's taken me so long to actually pot up this plant, because I needed these stems to callus over, because you don't want a lot of moisture going into these, because if these absorb too much water, then your whole stem could rot and you could lose your plant. So these are well calloused over, and when I pot them up in my Leca, this is the pot I'm going to use. It's a 14 centimeter pot. It will go there. So you can see that these stems are actually going to be suspended right there at the top and not be inside the Leca. So, and that's a really important thing, again, to prevent a lot of moisture going into the stems, because remember, the roots are going to come down through there and grow into the pot where the Leca is. So I've got my plant here. Oh gosh, this might not be the easiest thing for me to show you, because these leaves just keep getting in the way and I can't do anything about that. So I've got my plant in my 14 centimeter pot there, and I'm going to start filling that up with Leca. So as you can see, I now have my plant living in this pot. However, because the plant is not really anchored in the Leca at the moment, it's still quite precarious. So I'm now going to get my ceramic pot. That is the ceramic pot that I'm using to provide stability to the moss pole, and because of that ceramic pot, it's not falling. So, full disclosure, after I wrapped up this video, I was trying to put that moss pole away, the tip moss pole, and oh my God, that plant just kept falling over. So clearly using a 14 centimeter pot was a bad idea on my part. So thankfully I had a 20 centimeter pot hanging about, and I quickly just switched that over, and the plant is now a lot more stable. So forget everything I said. We do not use the 14 centimeter pot. I definitely use the 20 centimeter pot, which is a lot of Leca. I don't really like to do that. But for the sake of stability, this is what I needed to do for this plant. I'll show you what it looks like. So that one right there is a 20 centimeter pot, and that plant just stays upright so much better. The stems are still not going to be in direct contact with the nutrient solution, so I think that should be fine. So all I need to do now is just keep this pole moist and see where we go. I'm happy to report that the top part of that golden ivy is still thriving. This plant kept growing even more, and I eventually decided to stop extending it any further. This plant now serves as an interesting lesson in what happens when a climber is allowed to trail instead. Notice how smaller its leaves have become? Yep, it's the very same plant. This brings us to the next video in this module. Here, I demonstrate how to let a plant that's been growing up a moss pole start trailing down. creating a striking visual effect. Today I'm going to be pinning my Philodendron Heartleaf. You know, this is my Philodendron Heartleaf that's grown all the way to the top of its pole, and it's got all these vines that are just kind of going everywhere. I haven't done much with them, and I now want to pin them to the moss pole and make sure that they're coming down so that the whole pole is covered. So in order for me to do that, I need some wire. I've got some plastic covered wire here, and I'm just going to cut off a little bit there, and I'll have so about that bit, and I'm going to make a U-shaped, you know, something that looks a little bit like a paper clip, and that's what I'm going to be using to pin my plant onto the moss pole. So I'll make a few of those and have those ready, and I will then bring you closer to my plant and show you how I pin it. So this is my plant here, and I've got this one vine here. So I want this vine to come down here. So I get my clip and I just put that into the moss, and that vine stays down, and I follow it. I mean, I probably want to clip it at the top as well. So right there at the top, I'll clip that in and sort of make sure that stays down. Okay, that is not staying very well down. I'll clip that in. I'll clip the next part as well. And I've got this other vine here. I don't even know where that was going. I'll just clip it down. And I'm trying to clip as close to the nodes as I can, because if you're clipping them close to the nodes, then the aerial roots that are in touch with the moss pole are more likely to actually grow into the moss pole, and then you really won't need your little clip anymore. So I'm just clipping. Okay, I've got this one here. Clip that in as well. So that looks pretty good on this side, and probably start to work on this side as well. So I've got all this here that I want to clip onto that moss pole. So I've got this one. I'll work on that one. Clip that one in. Clip it in. Oops. It's really difficult. It can be a bit difficult to actually get this to go the way you want it to. And it's hard to, you can't use Velcro plant tie here, because it's really difficult to avoid the leaves that are already growing, and you might end up clipping the leaves. So it's just a little bit of an interesting exercise. What I like to do as well is, instead of just putting the pin straight through, I put the pin in and down. So that sort of helps to anchor it and keeps it inside the moss. And here is my Heartleaf Philodendron today. Doesn't that look magnificent? We've covered a lot of ground, and you're practically a pro moss pole maker already. But hold on, before you get carried away with building an entire moss pole empire, there's one crucial element we need to cover: watering. Yes, the bane of every moss pole owner's existence. I'll unlock the secrets to keeping your moss poles perfectly hydrated no matter what growing medium you choose. Get ready for some tips that will ensure your plants are thriving and living their best, most hydrated lives. The first video is what I like to call my definitive guide to watering moss poles. Keep an eye out for my plant-themed Vans shoes. Today we are going to talk about poles and how I water my poles. You would have all seen my gorgeous, beautiful poles where I grow my Pothos, my Philodendrons, my Monsteras, really, really big, and the leaves are massive. But how do you keep the pole moist? Because keeping the pole moist is key to getting those leaves as big as they can be. So I've got here today my Philodendron silver sword. Look at that, it's almost as tall as I am. That is a silver sword. And I've got also behind here my Monstera Deliciosa. This is also living with the moss pole. There's a moss pole attached to that. and I will show you how I water my poles using these as my two examples. So, what do I use to water my poles? I do not just use water to water my poles. I water my poles with a nutrient solution. It's very important to water your poles with a nutrient solution because remember, you have a root system growing in that moss. There's a whole root system growing in here, and we want those roots to have access to nutrients as well as water. Not just water. Remember, plants need nutrients to grow. I use this is what I use for all my plants that are in soil, plants that are living in semi-hydroponics. I use growth technology foliage focus, and I use usually just about 5 mils per litre, and that's what I use. How often do I water? That's a question I usually get. The poles have to be watered depending, again, on the season. You know, when it's hot, I'm living in Australia. Melbourne at the moment has been really, really hot, so that means the poles dry out quicker. So that means I have to keep the poles moist. So I couldn't really give you a timeline. It also depends on how thick your pole is, so many things. So all you have to do really is just touch it. So when the pole is dry, it's got a crinkly sound to it. You can hear it. And when it's moist, you can tell that it's moist. So when it's dry, you obviously know that it needs to be watered. So one of the things that I have in my repertoire for watering poles is a high pressure spray. I know, it sounds weird. Where is my spray? My spray is here. This is my high pressure spray. And in this pressure sprayer is my nutrient solution. So I get my Grow Technology Foliage Focus, dilute that 5 mils per litre, and have it in my 5 litre pressure spray. And this pressure spray, I'm just going to pressurize that for a sec. I use this to spray on my moss before I water it. Why do I do this? When sphagnum moss gets dry, it almost becomes hydrophobic. What do I mean by hydrophobic? That means it will not absorb the water. So if you go and directly water this, you're just going to have water splashing everywhere because the moss is that dry. So what I tend to do is I've got my pressure spray. I just do a light spray over the moss surface. Note, that is not watering the pole. That does not get adequate water inside the moss. So all you're doing is moistening the moss that's on the outside. The moss that's on the inside, that's actually right next to the roots, is not getting moisturized. So I'm sorry to break this to you guys. Using a little sprayer to moisturize your moss pole is just not going to cut it. You really need to get deep down in there and make sure the whole thing is moist. So this is what I do. I get my sprayer and I spray the surface of the moss. So I'm spraying everywhere that I can spray. And that is so that when I get all the water in there, I don't have as much to clean up because the moss is really just flowing back out. So we're trying to get the moss to not be as hydrophobic. So see how I'm spraying that? I'm spraying in all the areas I can spray. So see how the moss changes color as well. When it's dry, it's lighter in color and not as dark as it is when it actually starts to absorb water. So if you look at my Monstera, I will squeeze it and try and see if you can actually hear what dry moss sounds like. That moss is dry and it looks light. It's a very light color compared to moss that's moist. So I am going to spray that and you can see what that looks like now. That's a darker color. So I'll spray this whole moss pole with my nutrient solution. So, oops, I'm gonna bring that with me. So front and back, I'm spraying that front and back. It's important to spray that everywhere. So one of the things that's really important about watering a moss pole when you're indoors, as opposed to taking it outside, which is what I do with my very, very big ones, is you want to have something to protect your floor, because this is a messy exercise. So I've got my bath mats there at the bottom. So any nutrient solution that's going to run off, it's not going to be a problem. All I do is just get those bath mats and go and dry them off, and problem solved. I'm not dealing with lots and lots of water everywhere. So now that I've moistened my moss poles with my nutrient solution, I'm going to do the next thing, and that's really making sure we get that nutrient solution directly into the moss. So I've got this, and this is just a simple bottle with my nutrient solution. This is not water, it's nutrient solution. I am going to get this bottle, and so this is my Monstera pole, right? So the pole is here. This is my solution. I am going to tip this over, right? That stays like that. As you can see, the air bubbles are coming up. That means that nutrient solution is going straight into the moss pole. That is how I do it. And I will then just leave this. I'll just leave it, go away, do something else, come back again in a few minutes, and that'll be gone. And then I will just assess and see whether like most of my pole is done. And if it's not, I'll just put another bottle until the whole of my moss pole is nice and moist. So that is my Monstera. I'll leave my Monstera doing that. I've got another bottle for my silver sword. So this is the bottle for my silver sword. Again, these are just, juice bottles, milk bottles, anything that you use in your home, you can repurpose for this. And depending on the size of your pole, you can either leave it nice and steady like that, or you probably have to hold it in place. So this one is a bit messy, and that's that. I probably, because of the nature of this pole, I'll use my wall. That nutrient solution is going through there. And I leave these and let them do their thing. Okay, so as you can see, the bottle for the silver sword is completely done. And obviously the moss at the top is wet, but you need to make sure that the moss at the bottom is also wet. So it's just starting to get there, not quite. So what I will do is top this up and put it back on, because we're not there yet. The one for the Monstera is still going, almost done. But at this point, you can even just see, I lift that up and the water just runs in and it's fine. The moss is sufficiently moist that you can actually do that, and the solution is not going to go everywhere. So again, just to check, so this is nice and moist. Listen how you can't hear anything. That's the difference between moss that's dry and moss that's wet. Moss that's wet, no sound when you squeeze it. Again, just checking to make sure that the moss at the bottom is wet and not quite. So I will top that one up as well and put the bottles back on. Okay, so I've topped my bottles up, and you can just flip it upside down like we did before, go away and come back after a few minutes, depending on what you've got to do. But I need to go out. My kids want to go shopping, so I need to wrap this video up. So because the moss at the top is very wet, you could just pour it in. So see, I'm pouring that into the Monstera, and I'm not getting nutrient solution everywhere on the floor because the moss is wet. And that whole bottle has now, that's gone. So this moss pole has taken 2 of these. I'm guessing this is 750 mils. It's taken 2 of those. And the number of times, the more you do it, the more you'll know how much your moss pole needs to get absolutely soaking wet, and that's what you want, and it'll make things a bit easier. So this one is going to go into the silver sword. So there we go. So that again has gone straight in, and that water is trickling through down to the rest of the moss pole. Now, for the silver sword, I know it takes more, so I will get more and put that in there. So the thing to remember about plants that are especially living in soil when you're watering the moss pole is that you're not watering the plant and then watering the moss pole. Watering the moss pole, if you're doing it this way, is more than enough. That gets the soil wet, so there's no need to do that. My moss pole is now completely wet, but what I will do is wait for, so that it's completely wet, it's soaking wet, so you've got a lot of liquid that's in the moss, and because of gravity, that's all going to drain through right to the bottom. So you will get an accumulation of nutrient solution in the bottom of the pot. Now, you don't want your plant sitting in that because you are going to risk root rot, especially if it's a plant that's living in soil. So what I do is let the plant sit and let the moss drain for about an hour or so. And then when that hour is done, I will then pick up the plant, get rid of the excess nutrient solution and put the plant back where it lives. That is for plants in soil, like this silver sword. Plants that are living in a semi-hydroponic setup, like my Monstera, the Monstera here is living in Leca. And the good thing about using a nutrient solution, as opposed to just plain water, is the nutrient solution that we use in the reservoir is the same nutrient solution that we use in the moss pole. So same thing as with the philodendron, I will let that moss stay and let the excess nutrient solution drain through to the bottom. I will then take the plant out of the reservoir, wash out the reservoir, and put fresh nutrient solution in the reservoir. You'll still have some nutrient solution trickling from the moss into the reservoir, but that's fine because it's the same solution in the moss, same solution in the reservoir. So what I will now do is wait for the poles to drain, and then I'll come and show you what they look like at the bottom, how much liquid has accumulated, how I get rid of that, and finally put the plant back where it needs to be. It's been more than an hour. I went out with the kids, bought some food for their lunches this week, and now I'm back. So really, you don't have to stay and babysit your poles while this process is happening. So all the water has drained from the moss and is now at the bottom of the pots. So I will show you how this works. So that there is the Monstera moss pole. It's quite dark, it looks dark. And when I press on the moss, there, you can't hear anything because it's wet. And it's significantly heavier than it was before. And that's still a little bit of drip coming through there, but that's okay. So I will then grab the reservoir. That's the reservoir there, and that's the excess nutrient solution from the moss pole. That's what that is. I will go and throw that out. Gives me an opportunity to also wash out this reservoir and make sure that everything is clean in there. I'll put the plant back in the reservoir and I will top this reservoir up with nutrient solution, and that plant is ready to go. We will now take a look at the philodendron silver sword. The silver sword has also been watered, it's been draining, and there should be a lot of liquid that's accumulated in that pot. And what I'm now going to do is remove the plant from this pot and drain off all the excess liquid. So lift that up, put that there, and you can see that I have a lot of liquid in here. There's a lot of liquid in that pot. I will need to drain that, and then I will put the plant back in the pot. And what I actually probably will do with this one, because there's still quite a fair bit of liquid coming out, I will let it sit again, maybe for another 20 minutes or so. And really the reason to do this is you don't want an accumulation of water in your pot because your plant will get root rot. This plant is living in soil, it's not living in leca, so root rot is a very, very great possibility. So that's that. It's at an angle, it's draining a little bit more. That gives me an opportunity to go and wash off the pot.
clean, like this is the tray that it lives in, and just clean everything to do with the plant. And by the time all that draining is done, the plant will be ready to go in its pot. My silver sword's been draining for about 10 minutes and I don't see an accumulation of additional water, so I think it's dry enough for it to go back in its pot. I've got the pot here. The pot doesn't have a hole. That's okay because remember, the plant has drained, so there isn't going to be an accumulation of excess water. I've got that in there just in case. So I will grab this plant and I put it in its pot. Poles have been watered, they're back in their pots, they're loving life, and that will keep for a few days, a few weeks, depending on what the weather's doing. If it's really hot, the poles dry out quicker. But I do like to maintain them just a little spritz every few days just to keep them nice and moist. But like I said, a little spritz is not going to do it. You need to do something like this at least every 2 weeks at a minimum.
My silver sword plant may be long gone, but that Monstera Deliciosa I'm watering is still thriving. Here she is today. I've even started air layering this plant because it's now reached the ceiling and will need a chop. Look out for that video soon. Watering moss poles requires special consideration, especially for plants growing in semi-hydroponic setups like Leca, pon, or other semi-hydro mediums. Watering techniques aren't one size fits all. What works for soil won't always apply here. In the next video, I'll show you ways to water your moss poles for plants that are living in semi-hydroponics. Today, we are going to be watering moss poles that live in Leca. So I know lots of you have been asking me questions about how do I water my moss poles that are living in Leca. So I've got my little Syngonium fantasy here that's living in Leca. We are going to be watering this one and other plants just like it. I'm also going to show you how I water my Snow Queen / Enjoy moss wall, so keep an eye out for that one. In order for me to water my moss poles that live in Leca, I need a few things. So one thing that is very, very important is this. This is my trusty Hills sprayer. I use this sprayer all the time, and within this sprayer is my nutrient solution. So this is the nutrient solution that I have sitting in my reservoir, and it's made up of Growth Technology Foliage Focus and Root Zone. I also need, this is my nutrient solution again. So I've got nutrient solution in, this is like a jug, and importantly, I've also got nutrient solution in little bottles. So this is a teeny weeny, what is that, 250 ml bottle, old juice bottle. I've got, some water bottles, and I'm going to use all those things to help me water my moss poles. Now, why is the pressure sprayer important? So this is the pressure sprayer I use. It's a Hills pressure sprayer. I really love it. It gives some good pressure on there and really does a good spray. And it also has this, what is it? Like the nozzle that's on there. It's got a nice fan spray. So that really works out nicely. So I'm not spraying everything everywhere. And I use this to get the moss outside the moss pole moist. Because as you'll know, dry moss is hydrophobic, and that means it finds it very difficult to get wet. It's very hard for it to absorb water. So if you get a very dry moss pole and you put water on it, all that water is just going to go on the floor, and that's no good because no one likes cleaning up. So what I like to do is just spray the outside of the pole with my pressure sprayer just to get that moss moist, and then I put more nutrient solution to get it as wet as I can. I'm going to bring you down here and I'm going to show you how I do that for my Syngonium. So before I start spraying, I should tell you that I actually emptied the reservoir of my plant, and the reason I do that is because once I start moistening this moss pole, the nutrient solution from the moss is going to go into the reservoir, and I don't want it to flood. But also, I'm just getting rid of all the old nutrient solution. I give my reservoir a rinse, and we're starting from scratch. So let's get spraying. So I'm just going to turn this around and I'm going to start from the back. So as you can see, that is a good spray. I'll just moisten that as much as I can. I really like this sprayer because that is a pretty effective spray and it's getting everywhere. So I try and get the whole surface of the moss pole wet, including the top. So that is now nice and moist. So what I'll now do is grab one of my bottles, and this bottle has got nutrient solution within it, and I am going to tip this over right at the top and have that solution go in the moss pole. So I've got my bottle here and I'll just flip that over, and that is now going into my moss. So whilst this Syngonium is getting watered, I'll put that aside and I'll bring another plant. So this right here is my Snow Queen wall. I'm going to moisten this one as well. What's important to note with this pole is that it's very, very thin. So for this particular plant, just using my pressure sprayer actually works well. I don't need to do anything else because it's very thin and my pressure sprayer has a lot of pressure and it does penetrate through, and that's if I'm spraying from the front, from the back, and I spray from the front. So this is the back of my plant and I'm going to use my pressure sprayer. I've got the pressure on and I will start to spray. You can see how easily that nutrient solution goes into that moss, and that's because this moss pole was not completely dry, so the moss is able to nicely absorb the nutrient solution. So I'll just keep spraying. So I think that's enough at the back. I will now turn it around to the front. So that's the front of the plant and I will spray that as well. So I'll just pull those down a little bit. This moss wall is actually quite long, but I'm not going to moisten the top bit of it because there's no need to. The plant is only up to here. So I stop there. And the good thing about using the nutrient solution that I have in my reservoir is that the excess from the moss just goes and sits in the reservoir and feeds the plant. So that's how that works for my moss wall, and my plant is really, really happy. This one here is a little satin pothos and it is dry, dry, dry. That moss pole is so dry, it's embarrassing. It's not even funny. So I'm going to use my pressure sprayer and just get my nutrient solution onto that. This moss pole is very dry, and because it's very dry, the moss is hydrophobic. It doesn't easily absorb water. So now that this moss pole, I've sprayed the outside and it's now not as dry as it was, and it will readily take that nutrient solution that I'm going to pour into it. If you're finding value from this video, please like and subscribe because it really helps my channel. Thank you. Now, back to the moss pole. I've got my jug with my nutrient solution, and all I'm going to do now is just pour that nutrient solution from the top. And as I do that slowly, that all goes straight through and I'm not getting nutrient solution falling out the side because the outside of the moss pole is wet. And I'll keep doing this slowly until I've got the whole moss pole moist and I get nutrient solution coming out of the bottom. And at that point, I know that my moss pole is moist. So because this is a tiny moss pole, you can see it's now looking nice and moist. and I can feel that it's actually wet all through from the top to the bottom, and I have nutrient solution collecting in there. We are now back to my Syngonium moss pole, and that little bottle's empty now, and that moss, when I squeeze it, sounds and feels very wet. So I wouldn't need to put any more. And what I'm getting now is that there's actually liquid in my reservoir. So that nutrient solution has come through the moss and gone right to the bottom of my reservoir. So I know that this moss pole is as moist as it can get. So I will now put this one back there and let it sit. And after about 20-30 minutes, I will go and reevaluate the reservoir. And if I feel that the reservoir is too high, there is too much liquid in there, all I need to do is tip that liquid out, and so that my plant actually does not get root rot. This one is my golden ivy. I need to water the moss pole. So this moss pole is actually quite dry. And when I squeeze it, you can hear that typical crinkly noise. The moss is dry. So what I'll be doing with this one is I'm going to spray that with my pressure sprayer, and I will only be spraying the bottom of the pole. I don't need to do the whole pole. It's pretty long, so there's no point in actually watering all this when it's all going to dry off anyway. So I'm only going to do the bits that the plant needs. There we go. And I'll turn it around. So I go just a bit of a way above the plant. So that's good. So for this plant, I've moistened the outside of the moss, but the inside of that moss pole is actually not as wet as I would like. I do have nutrient solution in the reservoir there, and that's just the excess that was falling off when I was spraying this one. So I let that plant stand for a few minutes just to make sure that that moss is really moist. I'll take the plant out of the reservoir, put it on a surface, and I will get this nutrient solution, tip the plant over like this, and put that nutrient solution through like that. So I'm pouring that into the moss. So there is no waste. So a lot of that has come through onto my dish, and I'll just put it back there. And I'll do the same thing again from the front. And I'll repeat. So this moss pole is now well watered, but only from that portion. I haven't watered the whole moss pole. I've just watered the bit where the plant is in contact. I will put this back in its reservoir. Note that this reservoir is dry, so I'm just having it drain in the reservoir. I've got another plant. This is my Philodendron, Brazil, also living on a moss pole in Leca. And this one's living on a moss pole with a plastic sheet back. So I'm not going to be able to actually spray the back of this moss pole, so I can only spray the top and the front. So this moss pole was actually not bone dry, so it's really doing a good job of absorbing that nutrient solution. So it's very easy to actually keep your moss poles moist if you do it consistently and you're not having to start from a moss pole that's really, really dry. So what this means is I'm actually able to pour solution on the top and it'll just seep through. So I've got a bottle with my nutrient solution there, and all I do is just put that through and that'll go in rather nicely. So as you can see, I don't have any nutrient solution spilling everywhere. And that's just all going straight through to moisten up my moss, and my aerial roots are loving it. So I'm going to let that stand, let that drain, and let all the nutrient solution go down to the reservoir. And then when it's in the reservoir, I'll probably put it through again, have that drain again, and then we'll see where we go from there. This is my Syngonium Mojito. Mojito Syngonium, living on a little moss pole in Leca. So this one, moss pole is a bit dry. So I'm going to moisten that with my pressure sprayer and get that nutrient solution through the top. So as you can see, this moss pole is dry and is a bit hydrophobic. So I get nutrient solution falling on the side. So that's getting wet and is now absorbing. The other good thing about using a pressure sprayer is that you actually get some of that nutrient solution onto the leaves as well. And remember, foliage focus acts as a foliar spray as well. So you're not just providing nutrients to your roots, you're also providing nutrients to your leaves. So yeah, it's a win-win. So this one is done, and I'll spray the top as well. I'll let that stand for a few minutes, and then I get my bottle. And my bottle has got my nutrient solution, and I'm just gonna pour that from the top. So that's going in really, really well. And I think that's actually going to do for this pole. It's actually quite a thin moss pole, so I think all that nutrient solution is going to go straight through. This here is my marble queen. This is my Epipremnum marble queen. She's living in Leca on a moss pole as well. And this is a reservoir, which is now empty. So same thing, you know the drill by now. I'm just gonna moisten this moss pole with my sprayer, and then I'll put a bottle at the top. So I grab my sprayer and I start at the back. This pole is actually moist already, so that's going in really, really well. Now, with this particular moss pole, the plant has actually almost gotten to the top of the pole, so I will be putting that nutrient solution through the top as well. So I'm gonna put my plant on a stool, and I'll get my little nutrient solution bottle, and I'll just flip that upside down. So I'll put that in there, and I'll let that rest. So sometimes it actually can be a little bit tricky to get the bottle suspended on top of the moss pole because it starts to topple over. So I always just lean it against something if I've got one of those poles, and the nutrient solution can go in nicely while my pole is nice and steady. So that is happening there, and that's going to drain through that rather nicely. So that bottle's now done, and this plant, whoops. So that bottle's now done, and this plant, moss pole, is well and truly watered, and I'm getting solution coming down into the reservoir. So I'm just going to let this stand and let that moss pole drain. I've got my neon pothos that's living on a moss pole. That's doing really, really well. This plant has actually reached the top of its pole, and I really should be giving it a pole extension. But, you know, she's doing so well, but I want to show you what her aerial roots are doing. This plant is just crazy. That is an aerial root there. There's another. And if you look at the bottom here, you've got some crazy aerial roots that are going down into the leca. So this plant is really taking full advantage of this moss pole and really loves it, but is dry. This moss pole is dry. I need to moisten that up. So I'll grab my pressure sprayer and away I go. So spraying this plant this way does not mean that it is now moist. This moss pole is still very dry on the inside. All I've done is make the outside moist. So what I'm going to do now is put it on my little stool and tip that bottle over on it so that the middle of the moss pole starts to absorb nutrient solution. So I've got my moss pole here leaning against that, and I will simply tip that bottle over and let that solution run through the moss pole. So this is going rather quickly, and I know this is a bigger moss pole, so I know I'll definitely need a second or a third bottle for this plant. So while that's happening, let's take a look at how the other plants have been going. So this is my Syngonium albo, and that moss pole feels nice and moist, and there's lots of liquid in my reservoir. It looks to be a good volume, so that's it. That plant is done. I'm not going to do anything with that. That reservoir's full. My moss pole has been watered, so I'll leave that. So this is my Brazil here. I can feel that the moss pole is moist right at the bottom, and I do have liquid in my reservoir. So that means that nutrient water has come through the moss and has gone to the bottom. So I'm not going to do anything with that. That one is now good to go. I've got my Syngonium here, and same thing, that pole is lovely and moist, and I have some good nutrient solution in the reservoir, not too much. So this plant is ready to go. So it's actually quite easy to water your moss poles as long as you're just keeping on top of it. That's all there is. You just need to keep on top of it. Make sure they don't get so dry that it's repelling water and you have to do more of a water than you normally would. And if they're moist, all you need to do is get your little bottle and just tip that over, or you can just stand there and pour it in, and that's it. That's your reservoir done. And if you don't have, 50 poles like I do, it wouldn't be too much of a difficult job to do. So that bottle is now done, and I am going to put another bottle up there. And with a plant like this, I mean, now that the moss at the top is moist, you could just stand there and just pour it in. I mean, I'm just literally standing here and just pouring that in. And because it's nice and moist, that all goes straight down. See, that's all going nice. So like I said, it doesn't have to be difficult. It doesn't have to take a long time, as long as you keep on top of it. So I've got the bottom of that moss pole nice and wet as well. So that's doing really, really good. I actually have a lot of liquid in this reservoir. That's too much. I'm going to take some out, because if I don't, my plant is actually going to get root rot. So that is pretty much how I water my moss poles, and I'll do that for all my plants. For the very, very big moss poles that are living in Leca, it helps sometimes. I take them outside or I put them in a shower and I hose them down that way, and that works really, really well. And here's my Syngonium Mojito from that video. It's had quite a journey. Look at it now. Isn't that plant just absolutely stunning? Watering moss poles can be tedious and repetitive, so in the following video, I'll share a method to keep it simpler and more efficient. Tired of manually watering your moss poles every few days? Are you tired of having unsightly water bowls dotted around all over your home? Or are you tired of walking around with your pressure sprayer? In this video, I'm going to show you how I automatically water my moss poles with my automatic drip irrigation system. You could be a very busy plant owner, or maybe you just want to optimize the use of your moss poles by making sure they're moist and obtaining leaves that look like that. In that case, using an automatic drip irrigation system is a good solution. If you're really, really clever or some kind of boffin and you're good with your hands, you might be able to rig something up together with parts that you get from hydroponics shops and places like that. Now, I am not that way inclined at all, so I use a Let Pot automatic drip irrigation kit. This is a kit that I got from a company called Let Pot, and it's got everything you need to set up a system that irrigates your moss poles automatically. All I need to water my moss poles is my phone. I set up my Let Pot app and it will water my moss poles when I want it to. You could also put it on a schedule and it'll water your moss poles when you want it to and for the length of time that you want it to water your moss poles. You could have your Let Pot connector water your moss poles once, twice, 3 times a day, depending on the seasons, depending on where you are. And you can also let it know how long you want it to water your moss poles for. I have 8 moss poles connected to my automatic drip irrigation system. And basically, I can water all these 8 moss poles without lifting a finger. I'm going to turn it on and you will see what it can do. That's my nutrient solution dripping into my moss. The setup of the system is very easy. There's a little instruction booklet in the box, and the most important thing is to scan the little QR code that's in the instruction booklet. And once you do that, it'll take you to the LetPot website. You'll be able to download the LetPot app, and that's what allows you to control the drip irrigation system. You can control your system via Bluetooth or even via Wi-Fi, and that means you don't have to be close by in order for you to control your system.
Vacation.
I have my system set up down here. This is the controller box. It is powered by this AC adapter that you plug that into. It has inlet and outlet points, and that's where you connect the piping that comes with the box. This is the inlet pipe. Over here, you attach the piping to the inlet, and on the other end, the pipe is attached to the filter. And this filter is what goes into the reservoir. It's submerged into the solution that you've got in your reservoir. This is acting as my reservoir for now, and I've got in there my foliage focus solution, or you can have water or whatever nutrient you use to water your moss poles. The important thing about this is that the filter must always be submerged, so you need to have enough solution in there to make sure that the filter is submerged. So that's the inlet pipe, that's where the solution comes from, and then you've got the outlet pipe, and this is what leads to the actual watering system. My pipe goes all the way up to the top of the moss pole. I'll take you up and show you what that looks like. This is the pipe that's coming from the outlet of my controller. I'll just pull that out so I can show that to you. This is what that gizmo looks like. The piping is attached to a little dripper. This dripper is what's going to be dripping the nutrient solution into your moss, and you can turn this knob there, and that adjusts how much liquid is coming out of your pipe. So if you want a steady stream, you can open it completely, and if you just want it to drip, you can close that a little bit. And this is the spike that is attached to the pipe, and again, that's just an easy attachment. You just squeeze that in, and that is what holds the piping in place on your moss pole so it's not wiggling around and going every which way. So this section is now attached to another section. So that's attached to a whole other spike and adjuster gizmo, and that goes into my next moss pole, and so on and so on and so on. You can have as many moss poles as you want attached to your device, but of course the power is not infinite, so it will struggle a little bit. You probably couldn't have 20. I don't know, I'm just saying. I haven't tried it, but I'll put this one back. The more moss poles you have, the bigger reservoir you need, because that means you're going through a lot more nutrient solution or a lot more water. And remember, you don't want your filter to not be submerged. I do have to say though that it does take a little bit of adjusting. It does take a little bit of time to understand how the irrigation drip system works and how it works in your setting. Well, you might want to have a play with the settings to figure out exactly when do you want to water your moss poles and for how long you want to water your moss poles for. Because, for example, if you've been keeping your moss poles moist, you probably don't need it to be running at full flow every day. So maybe you want to run it once in 2 days for 5 minutes. You want it dripping and not pouring. These are things that you just have to have a play with the system and figure out what works for you. I haven't exactly figured out what's working for me at the moment, so I'm just giving it a try. And because it's summer here in Melbourne, some days it's really, really hot. Some days it's not. So I'm having to make these adjustments. But it's really good to be able to do that without having to lug jugs and bottles everywhere and just easily water my moss poles as I need to. One of the reasons it's really, really important for you to figure out how you need to water your moss poles and what settings you need to use is you don't want to have too much water or nutrient solution going through your moss pole, because this is invariably going to end up pooling in your cache pot. And when that happens, you're going to have way too much water in your cache pot and your plant is going to risk root rot, and you don't want to do that. That's the last thing we want to do. So you need to make sure that you're getting just enough nutrient solution of water in your moss that it's not affecting your cache pot. So a little balance, a little dance to be had there, but I'm sure it's something that you can figure out. So just make sure you're keeping an eye on those cache pots and making sure they're not getting flooded. If you're enjoying this video and finding value from it, please give it a like and subscribe to my channel. I'm really loving how this rig is going to revolutionize how I water my moss poles going forward. I'm actually tempted to get a few more and just dot them everywhere I've got my moss poles, because that means my moss poles are moist like that. I touch them, there's no crinkly sounds, they're moist all the time, and that means that my plants will grow better. Letpot advertised this kit as a way to irrigate your plants that are living in soil, automate the process and make it easier for you. The second I saw this kit, I knew exactly what I wanted to do with it. I knew I had to put a Leca Queen spin on it, and I think this is a fantastic spin. I love it, and I know you will love it too. I'll admit, I no longer use this system. The concept is solid, but I found it challenging to keep the reservoir topped up with nutrient solution consistently. Many people have great success with it, but with so many plants to care for, it's just not the right fit for me. I'm not one to limit myself to the ordinary. In this module, we'll unleash our creativity and explore inspiring new ways to use moss poles. Think living walls, intricate designs, and plant pairings that will leave you in awe. Get ready to be amazed by the possibilities moss poles offer for transforming your space into a lush green oasis. Moss poles aren't just for philodendrons and monsteras. In the next video, I bring together my love for moss poles and Hoyas, an unexpectedly perfect match. Today, we are going to be putting a Hoya Crimson Princess on a moss pole, because I love moss poles so much. I love Hoya so much, and Hoyas have area roots, and I'm just dying to find out what's going to happen when I put a Hoya on a moss pole. Are the area roots going to grow bigger? Are the leaves going to grow bigger? I have no idea. Watch this video and find out how I do it. So in this video, I'm going to show you how I make a special moss pole for my Hoya. So this is not the kind of moss pole I've been making in my other videos. This is a different kind of moss pole that I'm making especially for my Hoya. I am also going to put 2 of my Hoyas into one pot and make a master Hoya pot, and I'll show you a way in which you can get your moss pole to stand up steady and not go anywhere while it's living in Leca in your moss pole. So to make this moss pole, I'm going to need a piece of chicken wire or wire mesh. This mesh is coated with plastic so it does not rust during use. I'm also going to need a 900 centimeter metal rod. This metal rod is covered with a plastic so it doesn't get into contact with the nutrient solution or any moisture, so there's no risk of rust. I'm also going to need some sphagnum moss. This is sphagnum moss that is moist, and I'm also going to need some cable ties. You know how I love cable ties, so I've got some pretty long ones, and I'm going to use these when I'm potting up the plant, and I've got some short ones to actually make up the moss pole. So let's get to it. So I've got my wire mesh here and I've got my metal rod. So the first thing I need to do is establish how much of this metal rod will be living in my pot. So I grab my pot and I put the metal rod through, and this amount of rod will be in the pot. So I just put a cable tie there so I know where that marker is. That's my cable tie with its marker. Just make a little cylindrical shape there, and I will start to pack that with sphagnum moss. So making sure that the moss is damp and not wet. So as you can see, I'm just squeezing off some of that excess liquid, and I'll pack my moss. So we're very, very lightly packing that moss pole. We're not packing the moss tightly in there at all. So I'm not putting too much. So I'll take some of that out. This is not the full amount of moss that I'm going to need for this moss pole. As you can see, I'm taking some of it out because what I am going to do this time is actually put this metal rod inside the moss pole. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want my moss pole to actually sit in the middle of the pot and not towards the edge. And that's why I'm doing that, because I want this pole to be very, very steady. So I will now cover this with moss so that my metal rod is completely embedded within the moss pole. So as you can see, this is where my cable tie is. So that's where I'm going to stop. This is the amount of moss I've got in there. So that covers up completely my metal rod. And I'll just push that down a little bit. And I will now start to close the moss pole and affix that with my cable ties. So sometimes on some places I'll find that there's a bit too much moss. So I'll just pull that out, just to make it all nice and even. And I will start to close that off. I like to start from the top and go down to the bottom to make sure it's nice and even. That's my moss pole all done. I'm now going to cut off these bits of redundant cable tie that are hanging out. So once again, I start from the top, going down to the bottom. That's it. That is all done. What I do want to do though is, you can see these heads of the cable ties that are jutting out here. What I'm going to do is flick them around so that they're lying inside the moss pole, inside the moss, and they're not jutting out. So as you can see, that's now a nice flat surface, whereas this one hasn't been tucked in, so I can't move my hand freely. So when I turn this around, that goes in there. And so when I twist my plant around, the plant is not going to get damaged by the sharp edges of the heads of the cable tie. So I'll do that throughout the pole and make sure those are really, really in there. Can be a bit tricky to get them to turn around, but they do turn around. So just persist with that. Trust me, it's well worth doing. So phase one is complete, and I now have a beautiful little round moss pole that my Hoya will live in. So it's quite long, and this is the bit of the moss pole that is going to live within the grower's pot with the plant. So I quite like it. It's very, very pretty. So you can't see that metal rod at all. And like I said, I want this pole to be really steady. So I've actually placed it down on my kitchen bench top, and it stands all by itself, which is exactly what I was going for. So that's going to work really, really well with my Hoya. But I know you're probably thinking, but Nora, you've always said don't put the metal rod inside the moss. This is a little bit different. I don't foresee that I'm going to have to chop my Hoya, and I don't think that I'm going to have the area roots entangled in the moss so that it's actually interacting with the metal rod and I have difficulty chopping it up. I don't anticipate chopping it up, which is why I'm doing this. I think aesthetically it will look so much better because the Hoya will be going all around. So for the sake of aesthetics and for the sake of stability, I have made this moss pole to look like this. I've got my Hoya Crimson Princesses here, and the reason I've got two is this is the one I had first, and it started to revert. So it had a whole section of leaves that were not looking variegated. So they weren't white and green and red, they just became completely green. And I didn't like that at all. So I chopped up that bit and hoped that this plant would go back to being variegated, which thankfully it did. But in the meantime, I got a bit impatient and I went and got myself another one. So this is another Crimson Princess. But what's really, really funny is that this one has also developed a reverted vine. So all the leaves on this particular vine are completely green, which is not the look that I'm going for at all in a variegated Hoya. So what I am going to do is chop this up and I'll propagate it, and I will put these two plants together, put them on my moss pole and pot them up. I'm going to take the plants out of their pots. Just giving it a gentle squeeze. So this is my Prince and Princess, and that's looking okay. Those are its roots. That's really looking good. I have no concerns for this plant whatsoever, so I'll just put that over here. I'll get my next plant and take the plant out of the pot. This plant has got 2 growth points. So there's this portion of the plant over here, and that's all variegated. And then there's this portion of the plant that's completely green. So this is the bit of the plant that I am going to cut off. So I'll cut that off over here where it's completely green. So I've got my knife that I sterilized earlier, and I'm going to use that to cut it. So of course, being very careful because this is a knife. And that's it. That is the green non-variegated portion. I now grab my moss pole, and what I'm going to do is pinch together the mesh at the ends where it meets the sphagnum moss, and that's just to make sure that that moss is not falling out of that side of the pole. I will leave this standing bit open to ensure that it's able to actually stand up well in my pot, just to ensure stability. I will now attach the plants to my moss pole using Velcro plant tie just to help position it. So, like I always do, making sure that the roots of the plants are away from the sphagnum moss. I'll grab my other one and doing it really, really gently, just trying to make sure that I'm not damaging any of the leaves. That's my plants attached to my moss pole. I will also put some Leca in that space there. It is a bit difficult to do that actually because the Leca does tend to fall out. So as much as can actually stay in there. Probably need to have a few goes because it just keeps dropping out. As you can see, the smaller pieces of Leca keep dropping out. Now grab my grower's pot, and if you haven't seen how I make these grower's pots, just click on the link above and that'll take you straight to it. And I then put that inside there, and I'm trying to put the moss pole as much as I can in the middle of the pot. So I'll stand that up and fill the pot with Leca. I'm not holding on to the moss pole anymore, and that actually stands on its own. But I do want to do something a little bit different with this particular plant this time. I want to attach this moss pole to the pot. I have made some holes while I've been making this pot. So I've got 2 additional holes that I've put in the pot there and on the other side as well. And I am going to use a very long cable tie like this one. Put that in through there. Attach that to the moss pole and put that out through that hole there. So this ensures that my moss pole is attached there, and I'll do the same on the other side. So that's my cable tie going in on the other side there. I just need to move this plant out of the way, and I can now attach that moss pole there. So I just firm that up, and that's what that looks like. So I've got the moss pole completely tied to
the pot, and that is just not going anywhere. It's just some added insurance just to make sure that, you know, my moss pole never falls down. And if it does, the whole plant's going down with it. So I'm just gonna fill up this pot and make sure that there's leca everywhere. So that's my plant there. It's filled with leca, and you can see some of the roots there, and my moss pole is looking absolutely beautiful. So I'll just cut off these bits of cable tie, just get rid of them. And my plant now looks amazing. My plant is now living on a moss pole. My vines are going everywhere. I need to pin those down. It's a bit difficult to use Velcro plant tie with a Hoya because those leaves are pretty tiny, they grow close together, and it's very easy to damage the leaves. So I've got something a little bit different in my arsenal today. I've got these little fellas. So this is called a greening pin or a floristry pin, or I don't know what you would call it. But these are little specialist pins that florists use. If you look at the tip there, I'm not sure if you can see it, it's actually beveled and it's really easy to push into the moss, and I'll be using those to actually pin my plant to the moss pole. And if you're really enjoying this video, if you're finding value from it, please don't forget to like and subscribe because it really helps my channel. Let us pin up that plant. I will start with this vine over here. So I'll just put my pin and put that over there, and that stays. Then I'm going to start turning it around. So I've turned this vine around and I'm going to clip it here. Right, and then I will keep turning so that my plant is going around. There. I like that. And then I'll turn this one the other way around, right? So instead of going clockwise, I'll take this one anti-clockwise. So I'll pin that there. I probably need more pins. Pin that there. So I've got my plant here now. This is my Crimson Princess, and it is all around this moss pole. This moss pole is as steady as, not falling out of there. I really love these little things that actually attach the pole to the pot. I don't anticipate that I'm going to have to be taking this plant out of this pot too many times, and that's why I've been okay doing this. But otherwise, this is it. I'm quite happy with this. It's looking good. I'll put this in my reservoir, and in that reservoir will be my growth technology, foliage focus, and root zone, and I will just watch it grow, 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 grow. My Hoya Crimson Princess is thriving on a moss pole. I don't water this moss pole, I keep this one dry. Unlike philodendrons and monsteras, Hoya leaves don't seem to grow larger as they climb, but I'm thrilled with the look it's serving. I definitely use a moss pole to support a Hoya again. The next video marks the beginning of my journey into living walls, my very first moss wall. It turned out to be a fantastic success, and I'll reveal the final results in an upcoming module, so stay tuned. Today I am going to be grabbing my Snow Queen cuttings. I've got 5 of these cuttings, and I am going to be putting them up on a rectangular moss pole, and they're going to live in this rectangular pot in Leca. So today you're going to watch me make a rectangular moss pole. So not the usual round that I make. Today's is going to be rectangular, and I will attach those plants to the moss pole, and I will make it steady in this pot. So that's going to be really interesting. It's probably going to be a
pretty long video, but trust me, it'll definitely be well worth it, because what we're going to end up with at the end is going to be something magnificent. So I've got this snow queen here. She's been living on a pole for some time and she's going really well. I mean, look at the size of that leaf. That leaf is almost the size of my hand, which is good. So the pole is working, but I put her on a moss pole when I just started my moss pole journey. Could I do a few things differently? Yes, I would. And this particular plant is actually still living in soil. So ultimately what I do want to have is a situation where all my plants are living in leca, including my huge moss poles. So this is the beginnings of a moss pole for my snow queen that is going to be living in leca. But we're also going to make this pot, we're going to ventilate this pot, because at the moment it doesn't have any holes, which is fine because I'm actually going to use this as a sort of all-in-one. So I'm not going to have a cache pot with the nutrients at the bottom. This is actually going to have the nutrients within the same container. But I also need to make ventilation for it. So I've got my trusty soldering iron that I use for these kinds of things, and I will put lots and lots of holes into this pot. So I'm not sure if you can actually see, but I've got all these little blue dots just to help guide where I'm going to be making my holes, because I want it to look pretty. I want it to look nice. I want it to look symmetrical. So I've got those. So we're going to get right into it and I will show you how I do that. So I've got my soldering iron that's ready to go. And of course I am burning plastic, so safety first. Grab a mask if you can. I've got all my windows open. I've got the fans going, so this place is well ventilated. None of my children are anywhere about. I don't have any pets, so this is pretty safe. But I must say, I have been looking for my gloves. I normally put on gloves when doing this just for that added protection. I can't find them. I am blaming the children. I am. But we're gonna crack on because I've been wanting to make this video for a really long time. I simply press that in and there we go. I'll bring you closer. Okay, I have now finished making all the holes in my pot, and that just looks so pretty. My roots are gonna love that. And I've also made some additional holes to help me anchor the moss pole just there at the top, just in case I need to tie it down to the pot. So thinking about things that you need to do as you go along definitely helps. So we will go straight into making the moss pole now. So for the moss pole, we are going to need 3 rods. So those rods are going to be sitting in there and are going to be the support for my rectangular moss pole. And then of course we need some mesh. So I've cut some mesh in advance, and this mesh is going to be like this. Remember, we're making a rectangular moss pole, so it's going to be sitting like that, and I've got my pot there, and that's going to sit in there like that. So I now need to figure out how much of this wire mesh is going to have the moss in it. So I get my pot, I get my mesh, and I put the mesh in, just so I have a measure for where I'm going to actually start filling my pole. And I like to just grab a cable tie, and that'll just give me the level at which I know that this is where I need to stop filling the moss. So I've got my cable tie, and I just do that. I put that away, and I now have wire mesh that I now need to fill up with moss. So this is my wire mesh. This is the part that will go in the pot, so we'll not have any moss. And all this right here is not going in the pot, and this is what my plant is going to climb on. So I'll grab my moss and I'll fill that up. So this moss has been soaking in Growth Technology Clonex Clone solution just to help with the roots developing as they are attaching to the moss. So I'm just going to fill that there. So remember, this is a rectangular moss. not the circular moss pole that we've been making in the past. So it's going to be a lot thinner, but it is quite long. So it does take quite a fair bit of moss, I must warn you. But, you know, people have been known to spend more on their hobbies. So I do have people asking me, oh my gosh, you know, this is so expensive, moss is so expensive. What can I say? It's expensive here too, but it is what it is. And this is what I love to do. This is what I like to see my plants doing. So I put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. But there we go. That is what we do. So I probably want to, so that is the solution that the moss is in. And I'm just squeezing that because I don't want it dripping really. So I've got all my moss in my pole and I am now going to close that off. So just overlapping the wire mesh. So I've got a nice even close. So I'll start to do that now. So I now have this pole nicely secure. So that will be the front. And this will be the back. So I will just clip off the redundant bits of cable tie. So that is that. What I will now do is attach the metal rod to the moss pole before I have to put it in the pot. So I want to make sure all this is done before I attach the plant. So remember, this is the bit that's going in the pot. This is the bit that the plant is going to live on. So I level that metal rod to that, so that's going to go in the pot, and I simply attach it. So I've got my cable tie here and I am attaching my cable tie, my metal rod to my moss pole. So that is attached there. So I get my other metal rod, and so I've got one on either side and one in the middle. That is the plan. Yeah, I haven't done this before, guys. I'm literally making this up as I go along. So this is going to be fun. I have no idea how balanced it's going to be. I am just trying things out because, you know, I love to try things out because you don't know how something's going to work until you actually try it. So that is my one over there. So that's what now that looks like. Okay. And what I will now do is make sure I've got all the moss in there, and I will squeeze that wire mesh together at the bottom so that my moss isn't falling out. I could actually even just use some cable ties just to make sure I've got that good attachment between the two sides. So I've got a cable tie going in and out of the two sides. And see, that's what I did there. I put this cable tie here and that just fastens those two sides together so that moss isn't going anywhere. I'll pull another cable tie on here. So there, that is lovely and secure. What I will do though is secure these metal rods to the rest of the moss pole, just so everything is nice and steady. So that is my moss pole. I will just cut off the redundant bits of cable tie. I am done making my super moss pole. So I've got a lovely rectangular pole, relatively thin, with my 3 supporting rods back there. That's the back of the pole, and that is the front. So what I've got going on at the bottom is that the 3 poles are going to be supporting that. This is the bit that's going to go in the pot, and then I've literally pinched together the front and the back ends of the mesh so that that moss stays at the top. Oops, got one cable tied off there. But that's, yes, that is my moss pole. I'm really happy with it. And now I just need to hope that it will stay. I don't know. I really don't know, guys. I doubt it, but I'm going to have to find a way, okay? I'm just going to have to find a way because I want this to work. So what I'm going to do now is attach my plants, my cuttings, to the moss pole so that I'll be able to just whack that in and have that stay for when I start filling the pot up with leca. So before I start positioning my plant, I've got my Velcro planter here. I'm going to measure out how much I'm going to need to hold the plants in position. So I've got my measure there, and I'm going to cut that. I've got my Velcro plant tie ready to go. So this is my moss pole here, and these are my cuttings. I want to make sure I'm positioning my cuttings where I want them to grow. So I've got 5 of them, so it will get a bit crowded, but that's fine. That'll make for a lovely bushy pole. And I also want to make sure that the plant is positioned where it's going to be in the pot. These are the roots. This is the bit that's going in the pot. So this is what I want the roots to be again. So the actual plant itself is going to be leaning against the moss pole. So some of these roots, like these ones over here, they can be against the mesh, that's fine, and they will grow into the mesh. So I've got one here. So I've got my cutting here, and I also have this. All I've done is cut a paper clip in half just to help secure that cutting to where I need it to be. Otherwise, they just keep moving and it gets rather annoying to try and position them. So I just use that to keep that in place. So I got my plants in place there using my little paper clip pins. I will now get my Velcro plant tie and make sure that they stay put now that they're all in position. So I've got my tie here, making sure I'm not nipping the leaves. So that right there is my plants. Okay, so we now have our cuttings attached to our moss pole. Cuttings, moss pole attached. And as you can see, these are the roots there, ready to go into the leca. So now comes the really hard bit, especially because I'm doing this all by myself. So I've now got a moving box that is filled with books and it's pretty heavy. So I'm just going to use that as support for my moss pole because this is going to get tricky. I now need to put my moss pole in there and actually fill it up with leca. So I'm just using that as a hand, and I am filling my pot with leca. So I'm going to fill the back of that with leca as well. So I'm just going to use a pair of scissors just to make sure that all that leca is going where it needs to be. As you can see, this is now completely stable on its own. How glorious is that? So that is the bottom. That's the base, and I just need to arrange my plants in the way that I want them to be. And yeah, this is it. I am really, really pleased with the outcome of this, guys. How awesome is this? This is just absolutely, I'm really impressed actually. I didn't think it would work as well as it has. So that is how far this baby has got to grow. And can you imagine what that plant will look like? I am really pleased. I am really, really pleased. That's my snow queen that's going to grow up that moss pole board. And I'm really, really, really excited. So this is the back. So 3 rods to support it. The leca at the bottom there also helps to support the rod. And yes, that is all fantastic. That's really, really nice. I'm happy that I'm using a clear pot just so I can see what's happening with the roots as they grow, because I love to do that. But I will put this in in just a decorative pot, really. That's all it is, because I will fill this up with CCS in a minute, and I'll show you how I do that. So this is my plant here. I've got a Growth Technology Clonix clone solution and root zone mixture in this, and I will put that in my plant, and I will put the plant in this decorative pot. That's just really to make it look pretty and to stop the algae from hitting my nutrient solution and making this whole thing green. So I'll show you that. I've got my solution here, and this is my plant. So all I do is put that in there. My solution is right over there, which is just about a third way up. And the good thing is if I kept pouring solution in there, it would actually start to come out from the holes. So with this kind of setup, you're really good in actually making sure that your roots are protected from that nutrient solution in the first instance. But for this plant, I really wouldn't care about that actually, because remember, these roots are water propagated, so they wouldn't mind that at all. So I've got my plant here, I've got my decorative pot here, and all I do is put that in there, and that is what my plant eventually looks like. This is just really, really fantastic. Thank you so much for sticking with me. I'm so glad I was able to pull this off. I didn't think I would, but thank you for staying with me. So keep an eye out. I will be giving you regular updates on how this plant is going. Encouraged by the success of my Pothos moss wall, I decided to go bigger with my next moss wall. A Syngonium moss wall with a refined design for improved efficiency and a larger size. A couple of months ago, I made a Pothos moss wall. She's growing really well and is going to be stunning. You know what else would look great on a moss wall? Syngoniums. See how I make my Syngonium moss wall. In order to make this wall, we're going to need a few things. Wire mesh, and we're also going to need some plastic mesh. I'm making this moss wall to be a plastic sheet backed one, and I won't go through the whole process of making the actual sheet itself. If you haven't seen how I make that, just click on the link above and that'll take you straight to that video, and that'll give you all the tips and tricks that you need. So for this particular moss wall, the wire mesh that I've got is about 1 meter high. So the plastic sheet that I got had to be long enough to accommodate the length of that mesh. So because I couldn't find a plastic sheet that has that length, I got 2. So this is the whole sheet over there, and then this is a bottom section of another sheet. I've connected the 2 sheets together using these cable ties, and that way there's no space between the 2 plastic sheets and you won't have leakage of your moss. A few important things I need to tell you about the plastic sheet. You need to make these holes that are going to attach the plastic sheet to the mesh before you start dealing with the mesh itself. Make these holes there, but you also need to make these little holes that are going to hold onto the metal rods. These metal rods are the ones that are actually providing the stability and are going to make this moss wall stand up straight and make sure that your plants are growing well and it's not wobbling all over the place. I've gone ahead and attached my metal rods to my plastic sheet back, and you want to do that before you attach this plastic sheet back to the metal mesh. Before you attach the metal rods to the plastic sheet, you need to know how much of this metal rod is going to be living in the pot that you're going to put your plants in. This is the pot that I'm using to put my plants in, and I stood my metal rods in there like that, and I figured out where that's going to be, and I've got that little cable tie there that acts as a marker, so I know this whole portion is going to be living inside my pot, and I don't need to have any of the sphagnum moss going on this side of it. I'll bring you down and we'll attach the plastic to the mesh. This here is obviously going to be the back of my moss wall, so I turn this around. This is my mesh, and I'm attaching one side of my mesh to the one side of my plastic sheet back, and I'm going to put cable ties to attach that all the way down there, starting from the top to make sure that that's all level. And I'll put the cable ties all the way through the length of that. So what we have now is the wire mesh attached to one side of the plastic sheet back, and you can open that like a notebook. I'll close these off. These are what's attaching the top part of the plastic sheet, the top plastic sheet, and this bottom one. Now we're going to fill this wall up with sphagnum moss. Got some moist moss here, and I'm just going to spread that out. We're not making a very thick portion of moss here. We just want a thin layer that the plants can grow into. I've got some Leca that's coming along for the ride, which is fine. Just making a thin layer of sphagnum moss and making sure that's covering the full expanse. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm now going to close that. A problem that you might have is the moss actually falling off the bottom. This is the bottom of the wall. So we're just going to secure that. We'll secure the mesh to that plastic sheet so that moss doesn't fall out. That is secure at the bottom, and that moss is not going to fall out. Now we need to secure the other side of the moss wall, this side that we didn't secure previously. Now I want to make sure that my mesh is as flat as it can be and is really hugging onto that moss. I can actually, I've got this part of the mesh here, and the mesh is slightly larger than the plastic sheet back, and I can fold this over, and that ensures that I have a really, really snug fit there. Close that like that. Okay, and now more cable ties to secure that end. Now my moss wall is complete. Now that it is complete, I realize I have a problem. If you look at my moss pole over there, you can see that there's a gap between the moss and my mesh. I want my mesh to be lying really, really flat. It is what it is. And I think I have a solution to that. I'm going to use some cable ties. I've got some big cable ties. I'm going to use some cable ties to just attach. I'm going to use this cable tie to fix mesh at the top and I'm going to push this in through here and fix it at the top. So that's fixed at the top. And what I do want to do is I'm going to get a big cable tie and sort of put it right there in the middle to hold it flat there and there. Now that's something I should have done before. There's lots of things you learn as you're doing these things. There's no manuals. I'm sort of making all this stuff up as I go. So I had the choice, bin the video, start again, or confess and show you that, you know, things don't always work out like you think they will. So there we go. Now, I'm going to turn this around. What I want to do is attach these very long cable ties through here and out through there and fix that more. What would have helped with this is maybe if I had had 3 of these. I didn't want to use 3. That was my mistake. In my previous moss wall, I actually did use 3. I don't know why I decided I was going to get away with 2 this time. But hey, you live and learn. So I'm going to make some holes here. You can use whatever you want. I'm going to use my soldering iron. It's really easy to make the holes there, and we'll get back to it. So anywho, that is my problem solved. Look at how flat that is now. That is looking magnificent. That is a lovely, lovely moss wall. And whew, I thought that was not going to work for a second there. I'll just clip off these redundant cable ties and we will get to the next phase. Finally, this is my moss wall. It is fabulous. You can turn it upside down. That moss isn't going anywhere. And that's the back there. Those are the cable ties that are holding the mesh to the plastic sheet, and it is absolutely fabulous. Now, we need to pot up some plants. I've got some Syngoniums here. This is my Syngonium Glow Glow. That's going on my wall. That is my Syngonium Pink Splash. That is also going on my wall. That is a Syngonium, I don't know what that is. Yeah, that's going on my wall too. I've got a Syngonium Panda, Syngonium Batik, another little batik, and I don't even know what that is, but that's going there too. Last but not least, I've got a Syngonium Pink Spot. I'm going to bring you down and I will now attach these plants to my wall. We know that this portion is going to go into the pot, so I want my roots to start living from over there. And this portion is going to go up, so I need to arrange my plants and put them in the order in which I want them to be, and we'll get going. So Glow Glow, I think I'll have that one in the middle because that's got a little white coming through. I'll probably have the 2 batiks at the ends because I've got 2 of those. 1 batik at the end, the other batik at the end, and the pink ones. A pink one here and a pink one there. So I think that's what we're going to do. Now I've got my little greening pins here, and that's what I'm going to use to keep the plants in place, and hopefully they hold. They're pretty long. I don't know, to be honest, whether that's going to work, but hey, we'll find out. So that's going to go there, and I'm holding them at an angle. So I've got them like this, and I'm going to push that down to the bottom, and hopefully that will keep the plants in place. So that will hold that like so. That is my plants all pinned up to my wall. Now we're going to grab the pot and we'll pot these babies up. I'm going to be using a Lechuza's self-watering pot for this project. This is the insert of my self-watering pot. I have made some additional ventilation holes. It does come with some, but I don't think that's adequate enough. So I've got my own, And these are the feet, and you can see those little slits in there. So you'll have some medium sitting in there and it will be exposed to the reservoir there. So that's that. But what I've also done is made some holes over here. And that's where I will have my metal rods going through to provide additional stability, and they're going to be right in there. So let's get potting. I'm picking up my wall with my plants, and I'm going to just put that in there. That's my moss wall in my pot. And I'm now just going to fill that up with Leca and pray that it doesn't fall down. Holding on to my wall while I put the Leca in. And you don't have to use Leca for this project. I'm using Leca only because I use Leca. You can do this with soil, whatever it is that you use, you can put in there. I'm not holding on to the moss wall anymore, and it is stable. I'm so excited. That there is my Syngonium moss wall. Wow, wow, wow. Huh. That was a marathon. So I've been able to get all my Leca in. It's completely filled up and it's looking absolutely fabulous. I'll show you what the back looks like. That's the back there. That's it there. You can see the Leca in at the back as well. Some roots as well. Probably need to fill that up a little bit more. But all in all, I'm really, really happy with this. This is my self-watering indicator. I'll just plonk that in there. Now that I'm done making my wall, I'm going to fill up my reservoir with foliage focus, put this plant in a nice, warm, lit spot and get ready to see it grow. Next time you see it, she will be Syngonium glory. Syngoniums everywhere. Continuing with the Syngonium theme, this next video offers insight into my current approach to moss poles. After managing so many moss poles over the years, I felt the need to simplify. My latest creation is something I hope will solve the too many moss poles dilemma. I can grow a big plant on a moss pole like the best of them. I've shown you that I can many times, but some of you might know that I've fallen out of love with moss poles. Why? Because they are a lot of work, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You just need to keep that thing moist all the time. I don't have the time. I choose to spend my time on plants that don't need that kind of maintenance. But there's some plants like these beautiful Syngoniums that insist on having a moss pole in order for them to live their best lives. They insist on climbing. Now, my problem is I happen to love Syngoniums and I have heaps of them. I've got lots and lots of pots of Syngoniums that are just screaming for moss poles that I refuse to give them. So instead of having lots and lots of pots of Syngoniums, I'm going to have one pot with a moss pole with as many Syngoniums. No, I am not making a Syngonium moss wall. I'm not doing that. I'm just making a very, very big moss pole and trying to fit as many Syngoniums as I can on that one pole. So instead of having 20 moss poles, I've got one. That's a win in my book. So today I'm going to show you how I make a moss pole that big to take up all my God knows how many Syngoniums that I'm trying to fit on their pole, and then you'll see how I do that. Let's get making. So for my plants today, I'm using a 20 centimeter pot, a really, really big pot, and I'm really hoping that I can get as many plants as I can in that space. But of course, the most important thing is the moss pole. So I am making a plastic sheet back moss pole because I really love making them and it's easier for me to keep the moss pole moist with that particular setup. So I've got 2 plastic sheets that I cut up earlier. I didn't want to spend all this time cutting plastic sheets. And yeah, I'm using the Quill brand of plastic sheets. And every time I make this video, I get heaps of people asking me where they can get this plastic sheet. I'm sorry, I don't know where you can get it if you're in America or in the UK. It's really hard for me to look at example sheets on Amazon or something and assume that it works. I've spent hours online trying to figure this out. All I know is this is a Quill one that I get from Amazon here in Australia, and you can get them in Officeworks as well. It's the A2 sheet and it's transparent, so it's cool. And I make these holes down the sides to hold the cable ties through, and I make 2 holes right there in the middle at the top and at the bottom, so I can put the cable ties through to hold on to the metal rod. Yes, that's it. And then I am going to use this wire mesh, and it's really, really long because I'm making a very, very big moss pole. And it is how many? Let me tell you: 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's 12 little squares wide over there. And I will tell you, I will put down below in the description what these exact dimensions are in centimeters. Same thing with this one. I'll let you know what that is in case you want to do the exact same thing. We're now going to do the lovely job of assembling the moss pole. So the first thing I'm going to do, the very first thing, is put my cable ties. This is a very important step, and many times I have forgotten to do this, and it just helps stabilize the moss pole as you are potting your plant up. And also, if you want to do an extension in the future, you've got those cable ties there just to help, you know, attach onto that thing. And oh, hang on, let's try and make it look nice, shall we? Make them face the same direction. There we go. Okay, so I've got 3 of them here. So that head goes there. I hate doing this kind of fiddly work, but needs must. There we go. So that is 1, right? And then I'll get my other one, and that should be 3. So these are not the normal short cable ties. See, these are a little bit longer, and I like to use the longer ones for the back because they're the ones that have to go around the thick metal rod. So yeah, it's possible to do with the small ones, but trust me, it's not fun. So if you can get longer cable ties, if you're doing this, then that's great. So I know one thing people might be thinking is, well, why do I need to do this? You can actually easily get pre-made moss poles these days. There's so many different kinds of moss poles. And I've always been one to like poo-poo buying the pre-made moss poles, right? Because I'm a bit of a moss pole snob. I really am. But I tried them, and you know, Andy from Leafy Brand said, try them, you'll be surprised. And I was so glad to have egg on my face. I tried it and it was absolutely fantastic. So yeah, they're really great to use. You don't have to muck around with cable ties and cutting wire and all that kind of stuff. It's great. But this is where making your own moss pole shines, because you can make your moss pole to fit exactly what you're trying to do, the project that you're trying to do. So this one is very, very wide. I don't know if you can find a pre-made moss pole that's like this, but this one that I'm making is going to be fantastic. It is going to be splendiferous. So I'll put that here and I'll get my wire mesh now. So what we're going to do now is actually attach this to the wire mesh. And you know, it's a little bit like a book, right? So this is where I need my little cable ties, and this is going to take a bit of a while. And I know, you know, especially if you're used to using pre-made moss poles, this is where it can take a bit of a while. The process seems to be a bit protracted and can be a little bit annoying, but you know, I like doing it. I like, usually when I'm making moss poles, I'll just sit in my house, or I'll be watching TV, or I'll just, you know, be quiet and just be mindful. And it's a nice mindfulness exercise for me. But you know, I know not everybody likes doing that, and that's okay. But yeah, making your own moss poles for special projects like this is really the only way to get it done. I will show you in a second, when I'm done doing this, how I was actually able to tailor this particular moss pole to the pot. I actually used the pot to help me decide the dimensions of this. So even if I give you the dimensions, it's still better for you to check with your pot, depending, you know, unless you've got the exact pot that I've got, you might find that it doesn't quite fit. But if you've got your own pot and you're just using those dimensions, that might work better. So hang on, I'll get this done, and then I will show you how I did that. Okay, I have one more. All right, I'll put this to the side and I'll show you how I tailor-made that. So this is my pot, right? And I got my plastic sheet, and I want this plastic sheet to sit right at the bottom, right? So it curves nicely to my pot, and that's going to stand really, really well. So depending on the kind of pot that you have, you might need a smaller one, not one that's not as wide, or you might need a wider one, but this works really, really well. And because it's going to be a D-shaped moss pole, so you do want it to have that curve. That curve is going to be there, and the metal rod is going to be at the back as well. So in my head, this is meant to work well, but you know, what's actually going to happen might be a whole other story. Okay, so I want to put this second plastic sheet on here. Now, what I want to do is actually, what I'll do here is I'll actually remove these ones. Oh no! That is not what I wanted to do, you guys. See, this is what happens when you're not concentrating on what you're doing and you just keep blabbing. So what I did here, I made these little holes. You can see there's more holes here on this side and more holes on that side. And the reason I made these holes is I want to be able to overlap those two plastic sheets like that. Right, so that it's a really strong bond between this one and that one. And now I've only gone and done this, right? That's just the height of annoyance. So what I'm going to do is take all this off, only because I want to do it right. And I want to show you guys how to do it right. I'm going to take all that off and do it again. Oh my goodness. The good thing is I actually caught this early, if you can call this catching it early. I caught it early, and yeah, because, you know, things happen. What can I say? What can I say? This is how I need this to be. Okay, like that. Ugh. I should have thought this through. I mean, I thought it through in the planning stages. I didn't think it through as I kept yakking away. All right, so that is what I need to do. And then I will take this off and that off, just so, yeah, that is what I want. So I'm going to get my small cable tie and put it through here first. And then I'll put it through this next one over here. And then I will put it through my wire mesh, so that these two are joined like that. Do you see what I mean? That's exactly what I wanted to do and then forgot to execute. I had planned it out, right? And then let's see if I can overlap this one. Oh, hang on, it's the other way. See, the heads are facing that way. I don't know. I don't, this one's facing the wrong, hang on. Where's, right. All right, they're facing that way. I'm gonna take that one out because they all need to face, yeah, I know, yeah. This is something that doesn't even matter in the whole scheme of things. No one cares that the cable ties are facing that direction. But you know, I'll know and I care. See, now the heads are facing that way. That's what we need. Okay, so there, like so. I will try and get this like so. Oh, this is just as fiddly as they come. I'm telling you, trying to do this to camera just makes things so much worse. All right, bye. That's my son saying he's going to school. He didn't go to school in the morning. I don't know why, but anyway. Why am I telling them? Because you decided to start talking in my video. Bye. There we go. That is it. And you can see how that is now moving as one unit. That is exactly what I wanted and exactly what I got. I am so happy. What I probably could do is actually maybe even reinforce it some more. I could put a cable tie in there and have it come there. Right, and, oh, see what I wanted to do when I was making these little holes, if you're more patient than I am, you could actually make sure that they're aligned properly. I thought about it when I was making the holes and I was like, oh shucks, I can't be bothered. So I just made all sorts of random holes everywhere. But if you really want to do it properly, you could get a ruler and just like make it equidistant, you know. Don't do what I did. There, see? Like that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That looks amazing. That really does. And then I could just reinforce this. I didn't make enough holes. I stopped making the hole. I must have been distracted by something or someone, but it doesn't matter. I think you get the gist. You get the general idea. So now I will shut up and finish putting those cable ties on there. Alrighty, that is all done and that is looking really, really good. So this is the outside of my moss pole and the plant is going to sit on that side of things. So I'll just grab my scissors and cut off all these bits of cable tie that we don't need. All right, voila, that looks really, really good. So before we go any further, just turn those heads of the cable ties around so that the sharp bits don't damage our plant. So I'm just turning those around. See, you've got the head there and I just turn it around so it's facing the back. So the next thing I'm going to do is determine how much of this moss pole is going to be in my pot. And that's because I don't want to fill up the whole moss pole with sphagnum moss. So just about there. I've marked that spot with my texta over there. That's it. So I'm going to fill this part of the moss pole with the substrate and leave the rest of that to go into the pot. So for my substrate, I'm using a combination of sphagnum moss and tree fern fiber. And sphagnum moss is really a fantastic moisture retaining substance. Tree fern fiber also retains moisture, but it soaks up moisture easily too. So when I combine the two, I get the best of both worlds because sphagnum moss becomes very hydrophobic when it's dry. It's very, very hard to rehydrate. So I'm going to put my substrate here. Not too much for now, not too much because I want to do something different with this moss pole. I want to try something that I'm hoping is going to work to help me keep it moist because as you know, keeping moss poles moist is really a very big problem for me because I don't have the time to deal with that. So I'm going to try something different today and hope that it works. People say it does. I don't know. All right, so I've got some moss on here. It's not the final amount of moss that I'm going to put on there, just enough, just a thin layer, maybe about a centimeter or two, maybe two. Let's call that 2 centimeters, right? So if you look at this plastic sheet over here, I've got these 2 holes on one side, 2 holes on another side. And with these 2 holes, I'm going to attach some wicks. This is a wicking material. This is a microfiber. This started off life as a mop, and I just got all the little bits of mop. See, that's what that used to look like before. Maybe that was a double strand, that one. That's how that looked. And what I've done with the top bits of that strand, so let me double back and say one important thing. So these holes are on the moss pole, the part of the moss pole that's going to be at the top. Remember, this is the part of the moss pole that's going into the pot. So I'm going to have this wick go here and go all the way through that substrate and go and dangle into the reservoir. That's my plan. And by doing that, I am hoping that I'll be able to keep my moss pole a little bit more moist than normal. So I don't know, people say that it works doing something like this. I've made two little holes in my cloth. This one over here, this is the one that's going to the top. And I'm going to use a cable tie to thread this through and attach it, because I was laying in bed thinking, how the heck am I going to get this to sit there and not move, you know? And I thought, do I put some hot glue? What do I do? What do I do? And then I thought, well, you know, I think this is a job for my trusty cable tie. There, you can see that's in. There, see? And that is my wick. And this, I just tied it together, honestly. I mean, you could sew it if you're really that, you know, bothered, but I wasn't that bothered. So I just cut off that bit of that cable tie and voila, I am happy with this. Now, I just need to find the one that I had made the holes earlier for the other one. So I'll just, and this is literally all I did. I'm just tying it like that. Like that. And I'll attach this one. Use my trusty cable tie. You know how much I love cable ties. And now I just need to tie one more piece, because this one's not going all the way down to the reservoir. And da-da! Job is done. And now all I'm going to do is put more of my substrate on top of this. And so there's always going to be something that's moist inside that. Is it going to work? Your guess is as good as mine. Good as mine. I'm actually starting to think maybe I should have made the bottom layer a bit thinner. I don't know. Hey, it's done now, right? It's done. There's nothing I can do about that. I mean, I could start again, but I am not doing that. I think I'm happy with this. I mean, you could do a better job. I hope you do a better job than I have if you're going to do this. But I'm just being a little bit impatient right now. But there. I am very, very happy with this. Okay, so now comes the big test where we have to close that. So this is where my cable ties come in again. I'm going to use a big one just to get that started, because it's, you know, it's always a problem getting that first cable tie in to get the whole thing going. There we go. I like it. I like it already. Oh, yes. Okay, you can see what that looks like already. That looks really, really good. Now, before I go off and do this when you're not there, I want to remind you of, you know, remember how I had the two plastic sheets overlapping on this side, and I got that cable tie into one and then the other before I put it in the wire mesh? I'm going to do the exact same thing on this other side so that it is completely reinforced. So there, and into the wire mesh. And there, that is exactly what I wanted to accomplish. So that's good. And I'm now just gonna put all the other bits of cable tie, and I'll be back when I'm done. Right, all the cable ties are in place and my pole is looking really, really good. So I'll just cut off those bits of redundant cable tie that we don't need. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is my pole and that's what it looks like at the bottom, and you've got those little dangly bits that are going to go into the reservoir, and hopefully, maybe that will keep the moss pole moist. I have no idea. So I have quite a number of plants that I'm looking to put on that pole today. Some of them are plants that have been propagating for a long time. That's my Syngonium batik, and I just, you know, look at that. Lots and lots of propagation. Some of these would have come from my Syngonium moss wall. If you don't know what my Syngonium moss wall is, just take a look at this video. I made a very, very big moss wall with all sorts of Syngoniums on there, and it did really, really well. I've got some other ones here. I don't even know what they are anymore because they're all just so mixed up. I love those little pops of pink going there, so that's going to be really nice. I love this one. That has got to go in there. It's got some roots there. I think that should do okay. And I think I've got a panda. Oh yes, that's it. That's a Syngonium panda in there. That's going to go in there. I don't even know what that is. I'll try and put it in. But in addition to these, I want to put some of my other Syngoniums that you will have seen rather recently. So this is my Syngonium matcha sprinkles. That needs a moss pole, and look, to be honest, it's actually like bent over. I don't know if it might snap when I try to transition it. I don't know. We'll see. That's definitely going in there. Another one that I've got in here is, this one is my red spot tricolor. I love this plant. It's doing so well. Look at those roots. Amazing, right? But it's never going to realize its true potential unless it's on a moss pole. So that is going on that moss pole. I can't give it a moss pole because I just can't be bothered now. And, hang on, who are you? You are my Syngonium confetti tricolor. That one. That is also going to go on that pole. Now, I know you're thinking, and I'm thinking the exact same thing, there seems to be too many plants. Yeah, I know. This is the problem. This is why I'm trying to do this, because I want to get rid of some of these. So see, that is a Syngonium that's really ready to go on a moss pole, and I'm going to try and fit as many as I can on there. Oh, some of these are so, I don't know, I think this can go on. This is a grey ghost. That is a Syngonium grey ghost. It's okay. There's actually, is that 2 plants? I think there's 2 plants here, which is good. So maybe I can put one on there and keep the other one. I don't know. I've got a strawberry ice and something else, but I think this is more than enough. We can't fit any more. We just can't. Okay, I now need to prepare the plants that are still in Leca. Take that Leca out and check what's happening with the roots, and then clean the roots if I need to. So I'm just really taking all the Leca off, and I'll give that a wash. That looks really good. That's fabulous roots over there, and you can see that plant is ready to go. So things like this, I'm just going to pull that off. I don't need that. There's no point in starting off with little leaves like this. Bring nothing to the table. So off you go, and that's how that one is going to sit. So make sure it's got no Leca. There, next one. Look at this. This is the one I'm really worried might actually snap. This is my matcha sprinkles, but oh, that is lots of roots in there. Just gently taking the Leca off. Right, that's off. And that's the root system for that matcha sprinkles. See what I mean when I say it's completely bent over? Because I did not give it a moss pole. The plant was just so desperate, and it just started getting really small leaves. It wasn't looking great. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not too hopeful. Now look at this one. Look at how stalked that plant is. That Syngonium confetti tricolor was crying out for a moss pole, literally crying. That's the root system over there. That's looking really nice. And look at those little leaves there. Right, red spot tricolor. Shucks, look at that. Look at that. How amazing is that plant? All right, that is my red spot tricolor over there. But this next one, which is my gray ghost, is in a pond perlite sort of substrate. And see, it is nice roots over there. But this is the one where I said, I think that's 2 plants there. You can see this is a little one over here, and that's the bigger one. So the roots of that little one, see, oh, there we go. Excellent. That's come over there. So I could actually cut this and have 2 plants. So I should get a pair of shears. I've got my shears, and I'm simply going to detach the tiny one from the big plant. There we go. So that tiny one is quite happy to live on its own. I'll keep that. And then I've got this one. So this is the one that's going to go in with all the others. So I will take these plants away, give their root systems a good wash, and then I'll come back. We'll position the plants and we will do that all magic repotting. Okay, I have washed my plants and I'm now ready to go. I'm going to position them on my moss pole before I put the moss pole in my pot. I've got some little butterfly clips here that I'm going to use to help me keep the plants in place, keep them exactly where I want them to be. So remember, this is the bit of the pole that's going to be in the pot. That's where I want my plants to be. So this one, I probably want to sit there, and I'm going to attach that to there. So that doesn't move. That's where I want it to sit. I mean, look, I'm not deluded. I don't think I'll be able to get all these plants on here. I'll try my best, but it might not be good enough. And I might need to get rid of some leaves. So look at this one here. I'm gonna get rid of this leaf just so I can position the plant well, because not everybody is going to be able to join the party. Yeah, that sits there. And I'm just going to use my clip to make sure it stays in place. So that is looking good. Oh, what else do I want here? I really do love those pinks, and I want those pinks to shine. I really love a pink Syngonium, and I'll turn this one around like this and have that one sit there. That looks good. Okay. So you stay there. Stop moving. See, I've got this matcha sprinkles here. Let me see if I can do some magic. And oh, I really think this plant is going to break. The stem is so woody. And it is just, I'm thinking I might just cut that. I might cut it just where it bends. I'm gonna cut it right where it bends, because I won't be able to get that to sit flat. And I'll just, oh, hang on. That actually has a root there. I might put this one. No. This one. All right, I'll keep that one. And what I'll do is get rid of some of these little growth that's coming at the bottom there. Get rid of those and have that sit like this. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, sit like that. And I will position that there. And look, until these plants really start to grow big and go out, it's going to be a bit crowded there. But We knew that going in. I think that can go there. I think we need a bit more pink to go with that next. Right, there we go. And I'll just use my clip, and that clips in there rather nicely. That is pink. I am going to have some pink over here. Use my clip. Okay, that looks good. That tricolor needs to be here. All right, I'm gonna have to move this one a bit that way, and I think I can just about squeeze in the tricolor. All right, tricolors there. I don't have a panda on there. I really, really want the panda to go on there. But look at that. Wouldn't that be lovely on there? That's the panda. The panda just got to squeeze in there somehow. You got to squeeze in there, buddy. Squeeze in, squeeze in. Make room for the panda. Do you know what's really interesting about this? I don't have a mojito on here. How is that? That's insane. All right, we'll just leave that. But what about this one? I would really like that to go there. It's already stalking. All right, I'll squeeze this one here. I don't know if I can squeeze any more, to be honest. I think it's done. That's probably the last one. So what I'm going to do with these now is I'm just going to pot them all up in the one pot. Not put a moss ball, just put them up, just so I can deal with that later, because I don't have the bandwidth to deal with this today, because after I'm done making this moss ball, I'm going to need a drink. Right, now that I'm done putting my plants on my moss pole, I'm going to attach my metal rod to the moss pole. Normally I like to do this before, but it's just so hard to do these things. So I'll start with the top because it's easier for me to access that one. So I'll just loosely close up the cable ties. Remember those cable ties that we put on before? Right here at the bottom as well, just to make sure that that is well attached and it's all just working as one unit. So I'll fix that as well. So not too tightly, so I've still got, you know, room to maneuver. I can move it up or down, and I know I need to move it up because this whole bit actually is going in the pot. So that is going to need to go like that. And then I'll just do the rest of them. Just move it close to the edge of the table. Freeze that up a bit. There I go. I'm sorry you can't see this. It's a bit difficult. There. And I think it's okay for me to leave it like this. I'll fasten the others once I get the pole up. Before we start trying to put this vertical, it's nice to just give a little bit of a test, you know. So if I need to adjust things, I can do that while it's still manageable. So that is perfect. It is absolutely perfect. Exactly where I need everything to be. So I'll just fasten the cable tie right at the bottom there because that metal rod is exactly where it needs to be. I'll just make that tighter. That is as tight as I can get it, and I'll just clip off the redundant bit over there. That is exactly where I need with that. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fill this portion of that moss pole with Leca clay balls. And while I'm doing that, I'm also going to fasten that up so that that's nice and closed. Okay, I'm just closing off that moss pole right there at the side there so that it makes a nice complete unit. And hopefully this will help it to become a little bit more stable in the pot because this is a very heavy, awkward pole and the chances of it falling over are very, very high. So getting it really heavy down at the base should help with that in theory. So this is the bit of the process that I actually detest because, you know, Leca being Leca, it's got various sizes and sometimes it goes through those holes in the mesh pot, in the mesh. So yeah, wish me luck. So as I lifted up moss pole, some of the substrate on the other side fell out, but you know, I'll put that back. I'm not doing a very good job of this, am I? So I'm trying to get the wicks to be actually sitting in and amongst the leca. So have some of the leca underneath the wicks. Oh goodness, so much easier to do with my hands. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. Oh my. Telling you, people growing their plants in soil don't have these problems. They just don't. It's so much easier to deal with moss poles in soil, which is why when people are watching videos on how to make moss poles and things, and they're looking at the things that people who grow their plants in soil are doing, sometimes it doesn't quite translate when you're growing your plants in leca clay bowls, because you have to do some things to help your moss pole become a little bit more stable that someone in growing their plant in potting mix just doesn't have to deal with, because that's just not even an issue for them. So yeah, this is one of those things. All right, so if I do that, all right, that goes there. Go in, little children. Okay. All right, now, the thing is though, where did I put my pot? Because if I, oh no! Did you guys see that? You probably saw that before I did. The good thing is it's the one that was right at the end. So I'm just gonna, you stay. There we go. Like I said, I don't know where I've put, oh, no, it's falling off. See, what I'm worried about is I don't, oh! You know, I've been looking for my pot. This whole time I've been a bit distracted because I was worried that I didn't have my pot close by, and yet it was right there this whole time. Shucks, I'm telling you, I am not having a good day today. This is the best that I can do because I don't want to do this anymore. So I've got that sitting there right at the bottom. I'm going to try and put more leca in there. So when I stand it up, it's going to not all the leca is not going to fall out. I'm telling you, look, I know there's probably better ways of doing this, but if you've watched any of my videos, you will know by now that I'm not great at lateral thinking. Not great at all. So I will try and do this. Right, so get some of that leca there, and I will push my table down just so I can try and stand it up a bit more. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so I still got leca in my mesh, and right, so yes, ha! All right, so I put some leca at the back. And yes, it's going to take me like 30 minutes to pick up all that leca. Remember my little acrylic stick? I use that to shove all the leca into that space. This has gone so much better than I could have ever hoped. Honestly, it looks amazing. So that is my metal rod back there. And all I do now is fasten that to the moss pole and make sure that that's nice and tight. And that whole thing operates as one unit. It is amazing. And it just reminds me of, you know that guy from that TV show, The A-Team? Yeah, I know, I'm showing my age right now. Their leader, the guy with the white hair, he always used to say, I love it when a plan works together or comes together or something together.
I love it when a plan comes together.
This plan has definitely come together. I love it, love it, love it, love it. And get rid of those cable tie thingies. And honestly, I think that looks really, really beautiful. What I will do now is there's this one over here, that's stalking. I need to attach that. I'll attach that to the moss pole so it can start to grow into the moss pole. Beautiful. Now we're going to do the next thing. We're going to put this baby into a reservoir. This is the reservoir that I have for this plant. It is going to hold my 20 centimeter pot really, really well. I've chosen a heavy ceramic pot. It doesn't have a hole and it's glazed all the way on the inside, so it's going to be able to take my nutrient solution. So I'll put my table down and I will position it and show you how it looks. So one of the reasons I decided to use a ceramic pot for this plant is because that moss pole is very big. It's quite heavy. I don't need it to fall down. I need it to be as stable as it can possibly be. But you know, as you can see, it's standing up really well right now and it's probably going to stay that way. But as added insurance, I've got a ceramic pot. It's really heavy and that just helps keep the plant stable. So I grab my, I probably need to put my table down a little bit lower because it's hitting the ceiling right now. So I'm going to pull it all the way down and then I'll bring it back up to show you because I need to lift it up to put it in. There we go. Okay. I'll stop there. Whoa! Right, so now I'm going to fill up my reservoir with my special sauce. And it's my special sauce right now because I've been mucking about with this. Okay, I've been mucking about with the roots. I want those roots to be happy. And I'm just going to, you know, I could also do, see how easily that just absorbs. It's so, so nice. It's going in so easily. It's beautiful. It's all just soaking right in. So those plants are just going to be loving this moss pole. And I'm hoping that those wicks are going to do their job. You know what? I damaged that. I did. Oh, well, I fixed it. We're going to pretend that didn't happen. But I was just thinking, maybe I should have made those wicks wet before I put them in there. That's an idea. I think that will probably work even better. I don't know. But when I put this plant a lot further down, I am going to moisten that moss all the way from the top so the whole thing is wet. I will take it out of that cache pot because I don't want my plant actually just dying of too much water, which it can. But yeah, I'm absolutely loving this. I will keep you updated on how this plant is going, but I think for now, this is a lovely way of getting many of my Syngoniums to climb up on a moss pole. And here it is a few months later. Since I made this pole in winter, which was literally just a few months ago, it's still early days, but growth is beginning and I can't wait to see how it transforms in the months to come. We've covered so much ground already. You're now equipped to create incredible moss pole structures and use them in all kinds of creative ways. But before you dive into your own moss pole projects, let's start with some inspiration. Pothos plants love climbing up moss poles. Been there, done that, got bored. So 18 months ago, I got this crazy idea to create a pothos moss wall. Not a moss pole, a moss wall. So I decided to use some cuttings from my Snow Queen pothos. Excuse me, this plant is not called a Snow Queen, it's called an Enjoy. Hold on to your knickers and calm down. I know that in some of your countries, this is called an enjoy, but in Australia, it's called a snow queen. Some of you might be wondering, what the heck is a moss wall? When I built my moss wall, it was really small. I was working with only a few cuttings. Today, this is what she looks like. I know you have many questions and I will get to them. But before I answer your questions, I've got one more thing to show you. I did another thing. 6 months after I made my snow queen moss wall, I decided I was going to make another moss wall, only designed differently this time and filled with Syngoniums. This is my Syngonium moss wall. It is absolutely insane, right? I know you're dying to get close-ups and I know you've got even more questions after seeing this Syngonium moss wall. So we'll jump straight into the Q&A and I'll tell you what my plans are for these two babies behind me. Do you have any mold or fungus gnats issues? I haven't had any mold issues with my moss walls, and I'm putting that squarely at the feet of the fact that we have a very good quality sphagnum moss here in Australia. We're really lucky in that way, easily accessible. I haven't had any issues with that at all. But another thing is I keep my moss walls in very well ventilated areas with a lot of air. If I see that there isn't great airflow, I've got a fan going, so there is just no chance for that mold to take a hold in my moss walls. Fungus gnats, no, I have not seen a fungus gnat issue at all. Bearing in mind though, I do grow my moss walls in Leca, so obviously that helps a lot. So I just generally don't have fungus gnats anywhere in my home because all my plants are living in Leca. Next question, how do you water your moss walls? I generally like to use my high pressure sprayer when I'm watering these, just to get that moisture on the sphagnum moss initially, and then I will basically use my watering can to get more of the nutrient solution down through the moss. Or in case of the Syngonium moss wall, this is actually a sphagnum moss and tree fern fiber combo moss wall. So, and it's so much, this one is so much easier to keep moist than the Snow Queen moss wall because this one is purely sphagnum moss. And when I do let that dry out a little bit more than I would like, it's a lot harder to get this one going. On the days when I'm feeling particularly frisky or I want to flush the pots because they're living in Leca, I will take both these moss walls outside and I will hose them down with my hose, and that just gets that moss wall very, very easily watered. Are you going to chop and extend or just extend? To be honest with you, I'm not too sure what I'm going to do because as you can see, the Syngonium one has actually reached to the top of the pole. This one over here, you can see that is my batik. My Syngonium batik has just reached the top of that wall, and the panda, oh my gosh, that panda has just gone insane. And the thickness of that stem is just to die for. Look at that. It is just absolutely beautiful. I would like to extend this one, to be honest with you. Why? Just because I can, I think. I would really love to see how I can actually keep it stable in there. The good thing with this particular one is, I'll turn it around so you can see the design of the Syngonium moss wall. It's actually got a plastic sheet back design, and it's got these 3 metal cables running through at the back to provide the stability. So I think I'm going to make another one exactly like this, put it at the top and attach it to this one somehow with lots and lots of cable ties, I think. And then I'm going to get 3 very, very long metal rods, so maybe about 1.5 meters high, to go all the way up. And I'll put that on top and extend it that way because I just want to see what would happen with this. Can you just imagine this being a massive, massive block of Syngoniums everywhere? I'm really, really curious. So I think I might extend this one. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this one. I think I won't extend this one. I'll probably just let them grow all the way to the top and then I'll bring them back down again because yeah, I can't really be bothered. And this one was my very first moss wall. There are many things I could do to improve on this one, so I'm not particularly attached to it. I could even, I don't know. I mean, I'm actually thinking I might just give it away. I don't know. I might do a giveaway. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Those of you guys who are watching from Australia, would you be interested in winning that in a giveaway? That might be something I might consider doing because I'm planning on something bigger, extending and trailing down. So no chopping involved in this. It would be way too problematic. What would you change to make it more efficient? Would you consider a plastic back of some sort, or is it perfect as it is? So I think the person who sent me this question was not aware that I actually put a plastic back on the Syngonium one. So I made the Snow Queen moss wall first, and back then I really wasn't so much into the plastic back thing. And then when I really got into that, I thought I'll revamp the wall and make it a plastic sheet back wall, which I did with the Syngoniums. So plastic is really great because it actually helps keep that moisture in that wall. One of the things that I would do is actually use a much sturdier piece of plastic. You can see that it's quite floppy. It's not as firm as I would like it to be. It works well when you're making a moss pole because it's not as wide, so it's easier to maintain the stability. But when it's wide like this, it does tend to get a little bit floppy, and that's why I have 3 of those metal rods providing support. But maybe a thing to do is get a sturdier piece of plastic, so maybe some guttering or something like that. I'm still looking into that because I'm not very handy. I don't quite know what's out there. So if you guys have any ideas of what I can use that is a bit sturdier than this, let me know in the comments below because I'm dying to recreate this, but with better materials. The next thing I would do to make this better is I would actually use a bigger pot. Yep. So this one is a Lechuza. I think this is a Balconera 50. I'm looking for something with a lot more depth, something that's a little bit like a trough. And the reason I want that is I want to be able to put the moss wall further, deeper into the pot, and in that way providing more stability. So with these ones, because the pot is quite shallow, a lot of it can be a bit wobbly, and I know some people have told me that they've tried to recreate this and it's toppled over. So I think if you go deeper, that might work better. Another thing I would do is actually make this as tall as I want it to be right from the very beginning, having the end goal in mind and not having to start doing these additions halfway through is certainly a better way to do it than this. Definitely to make the moss wall out of a mixture of sphagnum moss and tree fern fiber instead of just the sphagnum moss that I used when making the Snow Queen. It's so much easier to keep the Syngonium moss wall moist than it is to keep the Snow Queen moist. So having that combination is really fantastic. And the only reason I would be combining tree fern fiber and sphagnum moss and not just using tree fern fiber alone is tree fern fiber is quite a lot more particulate. So you do tend to have the tree fern fiber seeping through the little holes of the mesh that I use to create that wall, and it can be a little bit annoying because it goes on my leaves, it goes into my leca. When I use the sphagnum moss, it keeps it in place. So having the combination of tree fern fiber that holds onto that moisture so well without that hydrophobic properties that sphagnum moss has, putting these two things together makes a formidable moss wall. The next thing I would like to do is use a water pump. So I'd get a small water pump, have it sit at the bottom of my trough, and that's where a trough comes in as well. When you have something a lot bigger, you can put a water pump in there, put a water pump, have some cabling running through the back, right? And maybe coming out at certain points, maybe at the top and maybe halfway or something. And that's going to be pulling the nutrient solution from the bottom, going into the moss wall and basically create a self-watering moss wall. So I won't have to worry about watering that moss wall at all. It's always going to be moist because as long as that pump is running, that moss is always going to be moist, which is going to be superb. I cannot wait to try this. It's going to be absolutely epic. Next time I'm going to make something like this, I want to make it in a very dedicated spot of my home. So I'm going to find a wall that is basically doing nothing, and I am going to create this thing. So I'm going to have the trough, I'm going to have the moss wall going up the wall, I'm going to have those pumps that are pumping that water straight onto the moss wall, but I will also attach some grow lights. So I will have some dedicated grow lights that are probably going to be at the top somewhere, shining down onto my plant, and just, oh my goodness, can you imagine? Those leaves are getting huge and it's also got light, nothing to do but grow. And that's gonna be my moss wall 3.0. How are they secured in the pot? The first thing I will say is if you haven't seen the videos where I create these masterpieces, I highly recommend that you go and watch them because that'll give you a better sense of what it is that I'm trying to explain. But what I did do when I was creating these is at the bottom, so if you look at, I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Oh. So when I pick that up, That's an insert, right? I actually created some holes at the bottom of the inside pot, and these metal rods went through those holes, and that sort of created that anchor. So it looks like they're suspended midair, but they're actually encased within this net pot inside there. But probably what would have been a good thing to do as well is maybe to create some holes at the top of the net pot. So right there at the top, and get some cable ties and attach it to that. So if you can see, it leans a bit forward, but if I put those cable ties and pull it back like that, then that's a lot straighter. That's definitely something that is possible to do. Question is, do I buy my moss in bulk online? Thankfully, no, I don't have to buy my moss in bulk online. I spend way too much on sphagnum moss. I'm not doing that anymore because I'm trying to reduce the number of moss balls I've got. But we're really, really lucky in Australia. You just walk into any Bunnings and you can find 500 grams of sphagnum moss or 100 grams of sphagnum moss. Not the cheapest, but not prohibitively expensive as well. So it's something that's readily available to us in Australia. All you need to do is get up, get in the car, go to Bunnings, and you can have some sphagnum moss. What I do buy online though is tree fern fibre. I'm not moving house anytime soon, and I'd really love to get stuck into my Moss Wall 3.0 version on a dedicated wall in my home with some fantastic grow lights as I've described. Please let me know in the comments below how you think I should design my next moss wall, the Moss Wall 3.0. Let me know all your crazy ideas. The crazier, the better. I want to know what they are because I want to do this thing. I gave away my Snow Queen moss wall in a special giveaway, and here's a look at it on the day it went to its new owner. I hope it's thriving in its new home. My Syngonium moss wall, however, was dismantled. I did not give this one away. Not only because I wanted to keep my Lechuza balconera 50 pot, which is a little bit expensive, so I needed to keep it, but also because the plants had outgrown the wall and the stems became too woody for me to manage. But I'm already planning my next living wall build at home, and it will be my biggest one yet. And to wrap things up, the last video in this module is a Q&A session where I'll answer your most frequently asked questions about moss poles. To show you how to avoid the most common traps and understand the things that can help you to learn to use moss poles, I'll get you and others who may have struggled to use moss poles before to unleash all your beginner questions at me, so you can discover what's holding you back and help you become experts at using moss poles faster. I'd like to know where you get your moss poles. Well, I make most of the moss poles that I own. Because I use a lot of moss poles, I grow a lot of my plants on moss poles, it actually works out cheaper for me to make my own moss poles. I've done a very brief cost analysis of buying a pre-made moss pole and making a moss pole myself, and generally I find that making my own moss pole costs me about $5, maybe even less, because I buy all my materials in bulk. Whereas if I had to buy a pre-made moss pole, that's going to cost me 3, 4, 5, even more times than that if I just made my own. So for my purposes, making a moss pole makes sense. But if you only have a few moss poles and you don't intend to start doing all sorts of things like I do, extensions and things like that, it probably makes more sense for you to just buy a pre-made moss pole. Aside from cost, I'm also able to tailor my moss pole to exactly the way I want it. When you buy a pre-made moss pole, it is what it is. You get what you get and you can't complain. Whereas when I make my own moss poles, I can make it flat, I can make it thicker, I can make it rounder, I can even make a moss wall if I choose to. So I do have a lot of creative license when I'm making my own. So if you are wanting to do a few different things apart from just having your normal shaped moss pole, I highly encourage you to make your own. Do you put a buffer between the Leca and the pole media so that they don't mix? I get this question a lot. So I'll use this plant as an example. This plant is growing in Leca, going up a moss pole. In the moss pole is a mixture of sphagnum moss and my tree fern fibre, and this is an organic product. So in theory, I don't want this to be mixing with my Leca. So the question is, do I actually have something that separates the two? In order to answer that question, I'm firstly going to show you how I make my moss pole to make sure that my sphagnum moss or tree fern fiber or whatever substrate you decide to use in your pole is not mixing with your leca. And then I'm going to show you how I pot up a plant that I'm putting up on a moss pole living in leca. We're going to make a moss pole that's got a plastic sheet back because this is my absolute favorite these days. It does keep the moisture in a lot longer than the normal moss pole, so I love to use the plastic sheet back. So I've pre-cut my plastic sheet back, and this is my wire mesh over here. You can see that the wire mesh is actually quite fair bit longer than my plastic sheet. This is where the plant is going to be. I've also put some cable ties on the inside of that plastic sheet, and that's what's going to hold the metal rod a little bit later. Okay, so I'm now going to start filling this with my tree fern fiber sphagnum moss combination mixture. I like to use this because it's very easy to keep moist. Well, not very easy. It's a lot easier to keep moist than just using sphagnum moss alone, because that tree fern fiber does not become hydrophobic like the sphagnum moss does. So it's easier to just get that nutrient solution or water going in there. Okay, so I think that is looking good. And I'll just start to close that up with my cable ties. As I put my cable ties, it's important to note that I'm actually putting the head bit of the cable tie at the back and it's not protruding at the front, because once we cut off that redundant cable tie, this bit actually does become a little bit sharp and that can damage your leaves. Okay, so I'm just going to do this quickly. Okay, now here is where the important part comes, and this is where I do my little magic to actually create that separation between the sphagnum moss or the substrate that's held within my moss pole and the rest of that, which is where my plant is going to be, and that's where the leca is going to be. What I do is I actually fold this over. Right, I fold that over, and what that does is it actually keeps the sphagnum moss in place. It keeps it on that side of things and it doesn't fall on that end. I grab my cable tie and I put it through the holes that I had made earlier in my plastic sheet. But if you're not using a plastic sheet and you're just using wire mesh, you can still do that with a wire mesh only. And I then close off that cable tie, and my wire is absolutely secure. So when I do that, you can see that that sphagnum moss is actually not falling out. And that is how I create that barrier, and that protects my leca, so I don't have my sphagnum moss falling into my leca. All right, so I've put another one there just for added security. And that there is my moss pole. Pretty easy to assemble. Doesn't take a long time at all. And when you've got those principles in place, you know exactly what you're doing. You know how you're going to stop that moss from going into your leca. And that is it. And that's what it looks like at the back. So I'll just cut off those bits of cable tie there. Next question is, do you fill the bottom of the moss pole with sphagnum moss or with leca? So that person means this bit of the moss pole, do I fill that up with leca or with sphagnum moss? So the answer is no, I do not fill that up with leca, and I certainly do not fill it up with sphagnum moss, because if you fill this portion up with sphagnum moss, that sphagnum moss is going to remain moist forever as long as you've got a reservoir. It's actually going to suck up all the nutrient solution in your reservoir, because wherever there's sphagnum moss, it's just sucks up all the moisture. It's going to do that. And the other problem with doing that is that once that sphagnum moss is very moist, it's sitting next to your roots, and those roots are going to be constantly moist and run the risk of getting root rot. So that's the major reason I don't put sphagnum moss at the end of that. Now, I know a lot of people who grow their plants in soil actually make a nice cylinder that goes all the way to the bottom, and that helps with stability, and they pack that up with soil or potting mix. I don't do that because I grow my plants in leca. And the reason I don't make a nice cylinder and I put my leca in there is I used to do it before. It's really difficult to get that leca to stop coming out of the holes of the wire mesh. It just keeps coming out, and it's just really hard. It's not as easy to pack back in as it is with potting mix. So I don't even bother now. This is how I do it. I just leave that bit there. I'll pot up, I've got this plant here. It is an anthurium. This is my Anthurium polyschistum. How gorgeous is this beauty? She is now got these area roots and she loves to climb. So I'm going to pot up this plant and show you exactly how I pot up a plant in Leca on a moss pole. And the first thing I will do though is I've got this metal rod, and this metal rod is actually what helps me provide stability for my moss poles that are living in Leca. You probably don't need it so much if you're growing your plants in soil, because the soil is a lot heavier than Leca. I know a lot of people think that potting mix is not as heavy as Leca. They hear clay and they think it's heavy. Leca is quite light, so it's a bit difficult to keep a moss pole steady in the Leca. So I like to have the metal rods in there, and that's where those cable ties that I put in when I was making my moss poles come into play. So I just slide my metal rod in there and I just fasten those cable ties a little bit just to make sure that my metal rod is actually firmly attached to my moss pole. What I do now is I get my pot. This is the pot that I'm going to put my plant in, and I put it there because this is what's going to show me at what level I need this moss pole. So I need the moss pole to be flush with the pot like that. At this point, it's still too high, so I'm going to move my metal rod higher up. And well, that's too high, but that's also because my wire mesh is a lot longer, so I can just fold it over like that. And there we go. That's exactly where I need it to be. And that's good. So yeah, okay. I just make that into a little bit of a cylindrical shape because I want it to sit nicely against that pot. That's not a cylinder. Duh. Right, okay. That is good. And because I've got the position where I want my metal rod to be, I just tighten those cable ties even more so there isn't too much movement. I put that aside. I get my plant. I'll reuse that Leca. There's no need to not use it. Look at that. Such gorgeous root system on that plant. So what I'm going to do now is position my plant on the moss pole before I put it up in the pot. When you're growing a plant in Leca, I find it's easier to actually position the plant on the moss pole before I put the pole in there, as opposed to people who are growing their plants in soil. When you're growing in soil, it's really easy to just swoosh the potting mix or the soil to one side and do what you need to do. Leca is not as forgiving, so I like to do that before. So for this plant, I'm going to use some little butterfly clips, and that just positions it exactly where I need it to be, like so. And those area roots are going to be positioned right next to the moss and will start growing in there. But what the other thing that positioning your plant before you put it in the pot does is you can see where you need your roots to be. So I want my roots to be completely away from the sphagnum moss or from the media, because I don't want them to get root rot, as I discussed before. So this is the position that I'm going for. That's what I'm looking for. So at this point, I've got my pot and I will put that in. So just move that to the side. That's exactly where I need that to be. My roots are over there, my plant is over there, and I just fill that up with Leca. So once I've done the front, I then turn it around. I turn it to the back. At the back, I currently have this space over here that actually doesn't have any Leca in there. And I put my Leca there. And what that does, obviously, is we want our roots to be in contact with the Leca, but it also provides more stability to the moss pole. So just shake that a bit to make sure that the Leca is settled in. And when you do, you'll find that you've got more space to put Leca in. That is my Anthurium polyschistum. I'm really happy with the way that is sitting. It looks absolutely fantastic. That's the reservoir. I'll put that in there, and this plant is now going to continue growing up that pole. How often should you replace the moss inside the pole? Well, personally, I've actually never had to replace the moss per se, because your plant is constantly changing, it's constantly growing, and so your moss pole is actually going to be evolving as your plant evolves. So of course, as your plant is growing up the moss pole, it's going to reach the top, like some of my plants back there. It's going to reach the top, and you're either extending your moss pole or you're chopping up your moss pole. Invariably, something is going to happen with your moss pole before you actually need to change it. Of course, sphagnum moss doesn't last forever. It is an organic product. It does degrade, and it probably takes about 4 or 5 years, maybe more. I'm not sure. I've actually never had to deal with that issue because, like I said, my plants are constantly evolving, so I'm constantly tinkering with my moss poles. The only thing I've done personally is to actually change the medium that's inside my pole. So for a pole that's just had sphagnum only, I've replaced that with a sphagnum moss and tree fern fiber combination. Just take a look at the video that I've linked above. I did that with my Epipremnum pinnatum. But apart from that, I mean, that's the only thing I can see that you'd be doing with your moss that's in your pole. Maybe another reason you'd want to change it over, for example, is if it's just completely infested with algae. There's so much algae in there and you just feel that you need to change that moss, which you can do very, very carefully, but you don't have to replace the moss because it degrades per se. Next question, where can I buy moss? In Australia, you can buy moss anywhere. Most people just walk into their local Bunnings and there's sphagnum moss readily available. So we're lucky in that way. And it's not just Bunnings. You can buy it in basically any nursery, any plant store. Most people stock sphagnum moss at the moment. It's very popular. In other countries, I'm not too sure exactly where you would get it. It would probably be similar. Garden centers, garden shops, shops that sell plants probably would be stocking sphagnum moss. You can also get sphagnum moss online. You can get sphagnum moss on Amazon, whatever online place you've got in your country. I should mention that you need to be very careful when you're purchasing sphagnum moss. Only buy from reputable brands, because there's all sorts of weird brands that I've seen out on eBay. No label, no nothing. Just be really careful what kind of moss it is. There is good moss and there is bad moss. Some sphagnum moss is just full of sticks. There's actually very little moss in there and maybe not ethically sourced. So there's some considerations you need to think about when you're thinking about where to get your sphagnum moss. And the best way to circumvent all these issues is just to buy a well-known brand that's been well researched, that a lot of other people use. Then you know the quality is good and you know that it's ethically sourced. Next question, have you tried tree fern fiber in a moss pole in a Leca setup? Indeed, I have. These are 2 poles that I made with tree fern fiber only as a substrate. This is my Epipremnum Shangri-La living on that pole, and this is my Philodendron White Princess. I think this is the first plant that I ever put up on a tree fern fiber pole. I've got the video where I show you how I make this particular tree fern fiber pole and put up this plant in the link above. I love how she's going, but one thing I absolutely love is how you can see the area roots at the back of that pole. You can see how those roots have really just gone in there and are just looking absolutely fantastic. This plant, I think, is really loving it in there. She's growing well. These leaves are a little bit smaller. We have been in winter in Melbourne. My lighting situation has not been the best, but I expect that she's going to take off very, very soon. This is my Epipremnum Shangri-La, also living in a tree fern fiber pole. Loving life. The thing I absolutely adore about using tree fern fiber as a substrate is it's so easy to keep moist. The minute you spray any water or nutrient solution in there, it's just completely absorbed and it doesn't become hydrophobic like sphagnum moss. If you let sphagnum moss dry out, it's really a pain to actually rehydrate, but this just goes in so easily and just makes that plant care so much easier. Where can I buy some moss poles that look like yours if I don't have time to make them? When you talk about moss poles like mine, I assume you're talking about one like this one that has the plastic sheet back. There are lots and lots of pre-made moss pole options these days. The world is just your oyster. People have really taken the design of the moss pole and have just run with it. You've got 3D print options. You've got pre-made ones that are exactly like this one, where you've got the plastic sheet provided for you, the wire mesh provided. You've even got the cable ties provided. All you need to do is get sphagnum moss and put it all together. You can get those. You can get little one-piece ones where it's just a plastic sheet and you just have to fold it in a specific way, and voila, you've got a moss pole. You've also got one of my favorites, like this one. This is a Tinker Garden, and what I really love about this one is it's got a little plastic cup at the top, so you can fill that cup with your water or nutrient solution, and that waters your moss pole. And this is a 3D design, and it's beautiful. The options are absolutely diverse, and you just need to pick and choose which one you want or what you want to spend your money on. But you need to think about a few things when you're making the decision to purchase a pre-made moss pole. Does it fit your aesthetic? Does it look the way you want it to look? Is there option for you to actually extend your moss pole once the plant reaches the top of the pole? How steady is that moss pole going to be when you extend it? Is there an option for you to be able to attach a metal rod at the back to increase the stability of that moss pole? Do you want your moss pole to have a self-watering device? All these are things that you can think about, and whatever you think about, there's someone else who's thought about it and has actually created a moss pole that suits that. So happy shopping. Options other than a moss pole, something that doesn't require frequent watering. Of course, there are options that you can use. You don't have to use a moss pole. The only reason we use moss poles is because plants that have area roots that love to climb actually climb in nature, and they climb on trees, they climb on all sorts of things, and as they climb, they derive nutrition and water from those structures that they're climbing in, and they're getting closer to the sun, and as they climb, the stems get thicker and the leaves get bigger. That's basically what climbing does. So as long as a plant is climbing, it's happy. The only added thing that a moss pole provides is that you can actually provide water and nutrition through the moss. So your plant is actually getting more nutrients, and it gets bigger and grows faster than if it's growing on a substance that doesn't have nutrition. So if you're using something like a trellis, which you can use, if you're using something like a bamboo stick, if you're using something like a metal rod, your plant will climb. The leaves will get big. And I've seen plants will just attach to anything. Aerial roots will attach to anything. If you leave your plant next to the wall, it will attach to the wall and it will start to climb. So as long as you're giving it a structure to climb onto, you can use that and your plant will climb. I've seen some poles with Leca as a medium. How would that even work? Look, I'm going to stick my neck out here and say that using Leca as a medium in your moss pole does not work. It just doesn't. The only way it would work is if you're using pumps to actually get that nutrient solution from a reservoir and actually keep that Leca moist consistently all the time. And no, using a wick does not qualify. It does not work. How do I know that a wick won't work? Because I've tried it. I've actually made a pole that had Leca in it. I put like 3 wicks, and those wicks were enmeshed in the Leca and they were in the nutrient solution. So the nutrient was going through the wick, going to the Leca. In theory, that was not enough to keep that Leca moist. That Leca was dry as anything. And because that Leca was dry, it was very, very difficult for my area roots to actually grow into the Leca. And I found that it was just a complete waste of time, and I dismantled the whole thing because it wasn't working. The only successful Leca poles I've ever seen are ones that have a pump that's providing continuous moisture, continuous water to that Leca. If you're interested in seeing a pole that's got Leca, that's got pumps, this is one that CJ of Joyous Hoyas 808, I think. Joyous Hoyas, she loves Hoyas like I do. She made a Leca pole, and she calls it a Leca tower, and she's got a pump that's bringing nutrient solution from the reservoir up to the Leca, and that's just continuous. It's glorious. I would love to make something like that. Yeah, it would be awesome. Maybe I will one day, but this is the only way I can see a Leca pole working. Otherwise, yeah, nah, it's not going to work. I have a Dieffenbachia that's tall. It needs support and stakes don't really help. I was wondering if I could put it on a moss pole. It's been living in Leca for a little over a year. Look, you can do anything you want. You can put a moss pole if you want, but I don't think Dieffenbachias actually have area roots. So you're not going to have roots actually attaching into the moss. So the only thing you're creating is almost like a glorified stake, as it were. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'd look into getting a more sturdy stake or a more sturdy trellis or something like that. But then I'd also love to see the picture of your Dieffenbachia. Actually, I've got a Dieffenbachia and a lot of the bottom leaves of my Dieffenbachia are gone. I now need to layer it and so that I can chop it and start again so it starts to look nice and bushy again, because it's really, really tall, but there's no leaves on there. So I would, yeah. Does your moss get moldy or oversaturated with water where it touches the leca? I haven't had mold growing in my moss poles, but I have seen other people's moss poles be covered with mold. And I suspect the reason for this is because probably their sphagnum moss is already contaminated with mold. And because it's been given the right conditions to thrive, it does. And by right conditions, I mean the sphagnum moss is moist, but there's probably not as much airflow as you probably could have in there. So one of the ways you can prevent mold from going on your moss poles is to actually allow adequate ventilation between your poles or with your plants. So you can either do this by keeping a window open or having a fan going if you've got plants that are living on a moss pole. Another thing though is to make sure you try and get reputable, good brand sphagnum moss. I know some brands probably bit more notorious for mold than others. So if you get a good quality moss, you're probably not likely to have that problem if you are allowing great ventilation. Does my moss get oversaturated? It doesn't get oversaturated because when I water my moss pole, I do allow a period for the moss pole to drain. So I let it sit for a few minutes, maybe 10, 20, 30, depending on what I'm doing, and I'll let that nutrient solution drain through the moss. That also means that I don't have my reservoir filling all the way up to the top because of the nutrient solution that's coming through my moss pole. So because of that, I don't have that oversaturation at the interface between the moss and the leca because my nutrient is not going all the way to the top of my leca. I hope that makes sense. Why is there algae in the moss pole? Is it okay if your moss starts to turn green with growth? I actually like it when I see that my moss pole is green with algae because that means I'm doing a good job. I'm taking care of my moss pole because algae spores are everywhere and all they need is the right conditions for them to seed. So the right conditions being food, water, light. If they've got these things, they're going to bloom. And these are all the things that our plants need to thrive as well. So if you've got a moss pole and you're taking care of it and you're adding moisture and you're adding nutrition and your plant is receiving a lot of light, invariably you are going to get algae growing on that moss because that algae is happy as well. In and of itself, the algae on your moss pole is not problematic. It's absolutely fine. It's not really going to be competing for nutrients with your plants. There's not so much of it. Most of the time, people don't like to see it. It's just an aesthetic thing. And if you don't like to see the algae, all you need to do is just take your moss pole outside, or you can take it to a sink and just give it a good zap with a little bit of high pressure water. I tend to just put my hose on a jet spray and I'll hose it down and that algae is going to disappear. You could also try a solution of hydrogen peroxide, about 3% hydrogen peroxide, and just douse that algae and that should work as well. I've actually never tried to do that with hydrogen peroxide because I don't mind the algae. So I'm not too fussed with the fact that I've got algae growing on my moss poles. Does the algae harm the plant? Should I throw it and replace it or just flush it with water? So like I said before, the algae is not going to harm your plants at all. Look, it's one of those things. People think, oh, it's going to compete for nutrients with my plants. Not necessarily so. And look, I have no way of proving this to you. All I know is that people say it doesn't. And I've noticed that my plants that have algae on them are really just fine. Unless you've got such a massive bloom of algae in there, unless there's so much algae in your sphagnum moss, it's just completely taken over, then I probably would be doing something about it. I'd probably then just change over the sphagnum moss. But then more importantly, I'd just probably look at what conditions I'm keeping my plant under to sort of figure out why there's been such a proliferation of algae growing in my sphagnum moss. Can you reuse sphagnum moss? Definitely you can reuse sphagnum moss. Should you reuse sphagnum moss? Now that's a decision only you can make. You can sterilize your sphagnum moss, but whether you're actually getting it to a point where you're getting rid of all the microbes and bacteria or fungi or any microorganisms that would be in that sphagnum moss is debatable. That's not clear. You're probably not going to get rid of everything. So if you're reusing sphagnum moss that's been used for another plant and at that point, that sphagnum moss did acquire some microbes. When you sterilize it, it's not quite clear whether you're actually going to get it to its sterile state. So that's a risk you're taking. But yes, you can definitely reuse sphagnum moss. You can use boiling water to reuse your sphagnum moss. So just get some sphagnum moss that you've used for another plant, put it in a container, get some boiling water, shove your boiling water there, and let that sit until that water is cool, and you can reuse that sphagnum moss. You can also use a solution of hydrogen peroxide to sterilize it, and in the same light, you can use bleach. When you're using bleach, make sure you're taking all the appropriate precautions to protect your skin, protect your eyes, protect the fabric of your clothing. You also need to make sure that you adequately rinse out the bleach. When you propagate or chop the plant that's been living on a moss pole, can you add the propagations back into the pot that's been living in Leca? This is one of the great disadvantages of growing your plants in Leca, actually. It is very difficult to put cuttings back into the mother plant if you're growing your plants in Leca. It's so much easier if you're growing your plant in soil. All you need to do is burrow away, shove it in there, and it's fine. In Leca, it's not quite so easy. I have done it in the past, and invariably I find that I have to sort of just decant everything, place that cutting in place, and then put the Leca back in because it is so problematic. So if that's something that you're wanting to do, that's just something that you want to remember, that it's not going to be as easy as it was when you were growing your plants in soil. When you chop your plant that's been living on a moss pole in Leca, what do you do with the top bit? Do you have to reroot it? When your plant has been living on a moss pole in Leca, ideally you've been keeping that moss pole moist and you've got the root system that is within the pole itself. So you can get that top cutting and put it directly in the Leca, and those roots are actually going to sustain the plants and you're going to have roots growing into the new Leca. I've done this with my golden ivy. If you check on the video that I've linked above, you'll see how I did that for that plant, and the top part of the plant, which I then put in another pot with Leca, that rooted really well and is now just a standalone plant, and that's the plant that I've got living back there. So it is possible to do, just bearing in mind that you do have to take care of your moss pole. Another way of doing this is, instead of immediately chopping your plant, you can air layer your plant. You can put a bowl of sphagnum moss or whatever propagation media you want and just attach that to a point where you know area roots are going to emerge from your plant. And eventually that bowl is going to fill up with roots, and when you chop your plant, that one at the top is now ready to go into its own pot with a root system already established. So air layering is definitely a way to go if you're planning in advance and you don't want to risk the top part of your plant actually going downhill when you chop it and remove it from the bottom part. Have you experienced rot with plants in Leca on a moss pole? Any plant can experience root rot. So if you're just talking about root rot from the base of the plant, that can happen. And I have experienced that in the past. And that's only because I was not managing my reservoirs properly for that particular plant. But was it as a result of the moss pole? No. And I know some people have talked about stem rot because the stem is up against the moss pole. I have never experienced that before. So that's not an issue for me at all. So if you're managing your reservoir properly, and when you water your moss pole, you're letting your moss drain before you put it back in your reservoir, so you're not getting your reservoir to be very full because the nutrient solution is coming from the moss pole, then that shouldn't be an issue at all. Let's talk about watering moss poles. Do you water the moss pole, the Leca, or both? When I'm watering my plant that's on a moss pole in Leca, I will water the moss pole from the top, and that ensures that you've got that moss pole moistened from the top straight to the bottom throughout, because if you're not watering from the top to the bottom, you will be getting dry patches and you don't want that. But I also do have nutrient solution in the reservoir. So it's an issue of managing the nutrient that's in the moss pole and the nutrient that's in the reservoir. So when I water my moss pole, I water my moss pole and let it stand until all that nutrient solution has drained out of the moss pole, and I know that's not going to go into my reservoir. I will then fill up my reservoir up to the level at which I want it. That ensures that I'm not having my reservoir level being too high, because if it's too high, then my plant is completely going to be submerged in that nutrient solution, and that will risk root rot for my plant. Do you add the solution to the cache pot or directly to the moss, or both? I water my moss pole, let that drain, and then I fill up my reservoir to make sure that it's at the level that I need it to be. What role does gravity play? Gravity obviously plays a role, because when you're watering your moss pole from the top, gravity is actually going to send that liquid down to the bottom. It's not the only force at play. The sphagnum moss is going to get moist, because it will, once you water one part of the moss, it goes to the next part and the next part and the next part. But gravity definitely has a role to play there, yes. Which option dries out faster? I'm not sure what you mean here when you say which option dries out faster, so I'll kind of address this in the way I think. If you've got a moss pole that's made purely of sphagnum moss, I have found that this dries out faster than the moss pole that is a combination of sphagnum moss and tree fern fiber. That's just anecdotal evidence on my part. That's what I have found in my practice. But also, if you've got a thinner moss pole, that will dry out faster than if you've got a thicker moss pole. And then of course it depends on your external conditions. So if you're living in a country that's really, really hot and has got very low humidity, then the chances of your moss pole drying out really, really faster are much higher than someone who's living in an environment which is a bit cooler and has got a higher humidity. Does the moss pole suck up water from the plant? The moss pole will not suck up water from the plant, because whether you're growing your plant in soil or semi-hydroponics leca, you are not actually packing the moss pole all the way to the bottom with sphagnum moss. If you're growing your plant in soil, you're probably filling the bottom part of that moss pole with potting mix. That's usually what a lot of people do. And if you're growing your plant in leca, you're probably filling it up with leca, or you're just leaving it void like I do. And the reason you're doing that is because if you do put your sphagnum moss all the way to the bottom and you're growing your plant in semi-hydroponics, that sphagnum moss is going to suck up all your nutrient solution. And if you're growing your plant in soil, it is going to remain moist for a lot longer. So if you water your plant and you've got your sphagnum moss all the way to the bottom, that sphagnum moss is going to hold on to a lot of that water, which will then predispose your plant to root rot, whether you're growing your plant in soil or leca. And that's why we don't put sphagnum moss all the way to the bottom. So if you're not doing that, then that issue doesn't arise. I'm always worried that watering my moss pole will somehow disturb the semi-hydro setup, since the top of the leca or pond should be dry. When you're growing your plant in semi-hydroponics using whether it's leca or pond, you have a graduation of moisture level in your pot. So if you've got your pot at the bottom, it's wetter, and as you go to the top, it becomes drier, and you will have your sphagnum moss at the top and you've got your plant growing up there. So if you've got your reservoir at the bottom, that sphagnum moss really doesn't have anything to do with the pond or the leca, and it's not like you're watering your sphagnum moss all the time. And if you do, that water or nutrient solution will simply just seep down to the bottom. And as long as it's not overfilling your reservoir, that shouldn't be an issue at all. Whether the leca at the top is dry or not is really neither here nor there. And it probably will not remain as wet as you think it will, because you've got that air at the top, and that's definitely going to dry that out. So I wouldn't be too worried about what's happening with the leca or your pond at the top of the plant. What kind of nutrient solution should I use for moss poles? The fertilizer for semi-hydroponic or mineral fertilizer, the one that's used for soil, or organic fertilizer. If you're growing your plant in semi-hydroponics, or if you're growing your plant using leca or pond or whatever substrate that is not soil, I highly recommend that you're using the same nutrient solution that you're putting in your reservoir to water your moss pole. This is what I do. I mix up my nutrient solution that I'm putting in my reservoirs, and that's the nutrient solution that I pour directly into my moss poles. And that means that if I have a little bit of that solution seeping into my reservoir, that's not an issue. I'm not going to have a problem of that diluting my reservoir. So if I put water in my moss pole and that seeps down to my reservoir, that dilutes my reservoir. It completely changes the makeup of the nutrient solution in my reservoir, and that is going to affect the growth of my plants. So that's why I highly recommend that you use the nutrient solution that you use for your reservoir. Use that for your moss poles as well. How do you keep your moss poles moist without diluting your nutrient solution too much? So again, exactly what I've said in the previous question. If you're using the nutrient solution that you're using for your reservoir to water your moss poles, that does not become an issue. That's what I suggest you do. What about coir poles? Are they as good as moss? Coconut coir is the fibrous material that's found in the middle of a coconut fruit. And you've got the fiber aspect of it and you've got the pith. It looks a little bit like peat moss. Most of these coir poles that we find sold in the stores are made out of the fiber. And that fiber does not absorb water. They're good to use as poles. All they will do is actually provide support for your plant. That's all they will do. Whereas your sphagnum moss pole, which are the moss poles that we use, which are the moss poles that I use, absorb water. So when you're watering your moss pole, you provide water and you provide nutrition. And what that allows is your area roots to grow into the sphagnum moss or tree fern fiber or whatever absorbent substrate you're using for your pole, and those area roots have got access to water and nutrition, and that gives that plant an additional boost, and your plant can grow bigger and stronger, not just deriving support but also deriving nutrition. So those coconut fiber poles that you see in the shops, they're great for support, and in my mind, nothing else. They're not going to do the job of a moss pole, and that's the difference.